And so,
Here we are.
preparing to live stream the webinar, setting up your webinar, and probably saying it is going live now. Hi, I'm Paul Sugarman, and this is the Instant Shakespeare Company, and today we're doing a reading of the tragedy of Hamlet. And I'm going to be playing Francisco, the ghost, and other characters, and I turn this over to our playmaster, Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Finker. I'm in Houston, Texas. I will be playing a number of parts, including Guildenstern.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Margolis, and I live in New York City, and I'll be playing Gertrude.
Hi, I'm Andrew Parks. I'm in New Hampshire at the moment. I'll be playing Hamlet.
Hi, I'm Kitty Chen from New York City, Upper West Side, and I'm reading Ophelia.
Oh. Can I explain?
What?
Okay, I'll be next. I'm Mark Gehring. I'm reading Laertes, the servant, Reynaldo, and another servant who is nameless. New York City, Queens.
I'm Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman. I will be playing.
Audience.
Hello. I'm Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman. I'll be playing Bernardo, Player King, Rosencrantz, the First Grave Digger, and Fortinbras.
Brian White, originally from Brooklyn, New York, currently in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'll be playing Horatio and First Player.
Angus Hepburn from London, reading Polonius and a couple of others.
So is that everyone? And Ken, can you just do a sound check again? And I think leave your camera off because it didn't seem to be working. Ken, are you there?
Wait, I unmute myself and it doesn't unmute me immediately. But yes, I'm doing a sound check. Can you hear me?
It's coming through a little garbled and your picture isn't coming through. So I think you can just leave your camera off and just do the audio, because that a lot of times that comes through better if without your picture sometimes. All right.
Oh, okay. Camera's off, but I see that I hear that I'm delayed again. So sorry about that.
Okay. All right. So Jennifer, do you want me to read stage directions or
Go
not?
for it.
Okay. Well.
Yes, go for it.
All righty. So I think is everybody introduced? Did we hear from Kitty or?
We did.
Great. Okay. So the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, actus primus, scena prima. Enter Bernardo and Francisco, two sentinels.
Who is there?
Nay, answer me, stand and unfold yourself.
Long live the king.
Bernardo,
He,
you come most carefully upon your hour.
'tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste.
Enter Horatio and Marcellus. I think I hear them. Stand! Who's there?
Friends to this ground.
A liegeman to the Dane.
Give you good night.
Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Who hath relieved you?
Bernardo has my place. Give you good night. Exit Francisco.
Hello, Bernardo.
Hey, what, is Horatio there?
A piece of him.
Welcome, Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus.
What, has this thing appeared again tonight?
I have seen nothing.
Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore, I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it.
Tush, tush, 'twill not appear.
Sit down a while and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story, what we 2 nights have seen.
Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this.
Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course to illumine that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating 1.
Peace, break thee off.
Into the ghost.
Look where it comes again.
In the same figure like the king that's dead.
Thou art a scholar, speak to it, Horatio.
Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio.
Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder.
It would be spoke to.
Question it, Horatio.
What art thou that usurp this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven, I charge thee, speak.
It is offended.
See, it stalks away.
Stay, speak, speak, I charge thee, speak.
Exit the ghost.
It is gone and will not answer.
How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is this not something more than fantasy? What think you on't?
For my God, I might not this believe without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes.
Is it not like the king?
As thou art to thyself, such was the very armor he had on when the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once, when in an angry parley he smote the sledded Polacs on the ice. 'Tis strange.
Thus, twice before, and just at this dead hour, with martial stock, hath he gone by our watch.
In what particular thought to work, I know not. But in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state.
Good. Now sit down and tell me he that knows why the same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war. Why such impress of shipwrights, whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week? What might be told that the sweaty does make the night joint laborer with the day? Who is it that can inform me?
That can I. At least the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway, thereto pricked on by a most emulate pride, dared to the combat, in which our valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay this Fortinbras, who, by a sealed compact, well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit with his life all those his lands which he stood seized on to the conqueror, which, against the which a moiety competent was gagged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras, had he been vanquisher, as by the same covenant and carriage of the article design, his fell to Hamlet. Now, sir, young Fortinbras, of improved metal, hot and full, half in the skirts of Norway, here and there, shocked up a list of landless resolutes for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach in it, which is no other, and it doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand and terms compulsative those forsayed lands so by his father lost. And this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations. The source of this, our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rummage in the land.
Enter the ghost again.
But soft, behold, lo, where it comes again. He crossed it. I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion, if thou hast any voice or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which happily foreknowing may avoid, oh, speak. Or if thou hast abhorred in thy life, extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which they say you spirits oft walk in death, speak of it. Stay and speak. Stop it, Marcellus.
Shall I strike at it with my partisan?
Do, if it will not stand.
'Tis here.
'Tis here.
'Tis gone.
Exit ghost.
We do it wrong, being so majestical to offer it the show of violence, for it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows, malicious mockery.
It was about to speak when the cock crew.
And then it started, like a guilty thing, upon a fearful summons. I have heard the cock, that is the trumpet to the day, doth with his lofty and shrill sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine, and of the truth herein, this present object made probation.
It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some says that ever against that season comes wherein our Savior's birth is celebrated, the bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then they say, no spirit can walk abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike, no fiery talks, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time.
So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastern hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet. For upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it, as needful in our loves, fitting our duty?
Let do it, I pray. And I, this morning, know where we shall find him most conveniently.
Exeunt, Sina Secunda, enter Claudius, king of Denmark, Gertrude the queen, Hamlet, Polonius, Laertes, and his sister Ophelia, lord's attendant.
Though yet of Hamlet our dear brother's death the memory be green, and that it us be fitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe, yet so far hath discretion fought with nature that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore, our sometime sister, now our queen, the imperial jointress of this warlike state, have we, as 'twere with the defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth and funeral, and with dirge in marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife. Nor have we here embarred your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along, for all our thanks. Now follows that you know young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death, our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with the dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands lost by his father with all bonds of law to our most valiant brother. So much for him.
Enter Voltimand and Cornelius.
Now for ourself and for this time of meeting, thus much the business is. We have here writ to Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras, who impotent and bedrid, scarcely hears of this his nephew's purpose to suppress his further gait herein, in that the levies, the list, and full proportions are all made out of his subject, and we here dispatch you, good Cornelius, and you, Voltimand, for bearing of this greeting to old Norway, giving to you no further personal power to business with the king more than the scope of these dilated articles allow. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty.
In that and all things will we show our duty.
We doubted nothing, heartily farewell.
Exit Voltimand and Cornelius.
And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is it, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane and lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes? That shall not be my offer, not thy asking. The head is not more native to the heart, the hand more instrumental to the mouth, than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes?
Dread my lord, your leave and favor to return to France, from whence, though willingly I came to Denmark to show my duty in your coronation, yet now I must confess that, duty done, my thoughts and wishes bend again towards France, and bow them to your gracious leave and pardon.
Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius?
He hath, my lord. I do beseech you give him leave to go.
Take thy fair hour, Laertes, time be thine, and thy best graces spended at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet, and my son.
A little more than kin, and less than kind.
How is it that the clouds still hang on you?
Not so, my lord. I am too much of the sun.
Oh, good Hamlet, cast thy knightly color off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou knowest 'tis common all that lives must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Aye, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam. Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, nor windy suspiration of forced breath, no, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected havior of the visage, together with all forms, moods, shows of grief that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and the suits of woe.
'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet, to give these mourning duties to your father, but you must know, your father lost a father, that father lost his, and the survivor bound in filial obligation for some term to do obsequious sorrow. But to persever in obstinate condolement is a course of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven, a heart unfortified, a mind impatient, an understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be and is as common as any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven, a fault against the dead, a fault to nature, to reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried from the first course till he that died today, this must be so. We pray you, throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father. For let the world take note, you are the most immediate to our throne, and with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son, do I impart towards you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg, it is most retrograde to our desire, and we beseech you, bend you, to remain here, in the cheer and comfort of our eye, our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son.
Oh, let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I prithee, Stay with us. Go not to Wittenberg.
I shall in all my best obey you, madam.
Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as ourself in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforced accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell. And the kings roused, the heavens shall bruit again, re-speaking earthly thunder. Come away.
Exeunt. Manet, Hamlet.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew, or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon against self-slaughter. Oh, God, God! How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seems to me all the uses of this world. Fie on it, oh, fie, fie! 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed. Things rank and gross in nature possess it merely. That it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king, that was to this Hyperion to a satyr. So loving to my mother, that he might not between the winds of heaven visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth must I remember. Why, she would hang on him, as if increase of appetite had grown by what it fed on. And yet within a month, let me not think on it. Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, or ere those shoes were old with which she followed my poor father's body, like Niobe, all tears. Why she, even she, oh heaven, a beast that once discourse of reason would have mourned longer, married with mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month, ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing of her galled eyes, she married. O most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets! It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Enter Horatio, Bernardo, and Marcellus.
Hail to your lordship.
Ah, I am glad to see you well. Horatio, or I do forget myself.
The same, my lord, and your poor servant ever.
Sir, my good friend, I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus?
My good lord.
I'm very glad to see you. Good even, sir. But what in faith make you from Wittenberg?
A truant disposition, good my lord.
I would not have my enemy say so. Nor shall you do mine ear that violence to make it truster of your own report against yourself. I know you are no truant. But what is your affair in Elsinore? We'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart.
My lord, I came to see your father's funeral.
I pray thee, do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding.
Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon.
Ah, thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I admit my dearest foe in heaven ere I had ever seen that day, Horatio? My father. Methinks I see my father.
Oh, where, my lord?
In my mind's eye, Horatio.
I saw him once. He was a goodly king.
He was a man. Take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again.
My lord, I think I saw him yesternight.
Saw? Who?
My lord, the king, the father.
The king, my father?
Season your admiration for a while with an attent ear, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you.
For heaven's love, let me hear.
2 nights together, had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Bernardo, on their watch, in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at all points exactly, cap of hay, appears before them, and with solemn march, goes slow and stately. By then thrice he walked, by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes, within his truncheon's length, whilst they bestilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did, and I with them the 3rd night kept the watch. Whereas they had delivered both in time, formed of the thing, each word made true and good, the apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like.
But where was this?
My lord, upon the platform where we watched.
Did you not speak to it?
My lord, I did. But answer made it none. Yet once methought it lifted up its head, and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then, the morning cock crew loud, and at the sound it shrunk in haste away, and vanished from our sight.
'Tis very strange.
As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true. And we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it.
Indeed, sirs. But this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight.
We
We
do, my
did,
lord.
my lord.
Armed, say you,
Armed, my
Armed,
lord.
my lord.
from top to toe.
My lord, from head
Lord,
to
from
foot.
head to foot.
Then saw you not his face?
Oh yes, my lord. He wore his beaver up.
What, looked he frowningly?
A countenance more in sorrow than in anger.
Pale or red?
Nay, very pale,
And fixed his eyes upon you?
most constantly.
I would I had been there.
It would have much amazed you.
Very like, very like. Stayed it long?
While one with moderate has might tell 100.
Longer.
Longer.
Not when I saw it.
His beard was grisly, no?
It was, as I have seen it in his life, a sable silvered.
I'll watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again.
I warrant you it will.
If it assume my noble father's person, I'll speak to it. Though hell itself should gape and bid me hold my peace, I pray you all, if you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be treble in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, no tongue. I will requite your loves. So, fare you well. Upon the platform twixt 11 and 12, I'll visit you.
Our duty to your honor.
Exeunt.
Your love, as mine to you, farewell. Father's spirit in arms? All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then sit still my soul. Foul deeds will rise, though all the earth o'erwhelm them to men's eyes.
Exit Scena Tertia. Enter Laertes and Ophelia.
My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And, sister, as the winds give benefit and convoy is assistant, do not sleep, but let me hear from you.
Do you doubt that?
For Hamlet and the trifling of his favors, hold it a fashion and a toy in blood, violet in the youth of primy nature, froward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting the suppliance of a minute, no more.
No more but so.
Think it no more. For nature, crescent does not grow alone in thews and bulk, but as his temple waxes, the inward service of the mind and soul grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now, and now no soil nor caudle doth besmirch the virtue of his fear, but you must fear his greatness, Wade. His will is not his own, for he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the sanctity and health of the whole state. And therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body whereof he is the head. Then, if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it, as he in his particular sect and force may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes with all. Then, what loss your honor may sustain, if with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister, and keep within the rear of your affection, out of the shot and danger of desire. The chariest maid is prodigal enough if she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself scapes not calumnious strokes. The canker galls the infants of the spring too oft before the buttons be disclosed. And in the morn and liquid dew of youth, contagious blastments are most imminent. Be wary then. Best safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near.
I shall the effect of this good lesson keep as watchman to my heart. But good my brother, do not, as some ungracious pastors do, show me the steep and thorny way to heaven, whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and reeks not his own reed.
No, fear me not.
Enter Polonius.
I stay too long, but here my father comes. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave.
Yet here, Laertes, aboard, for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail, and you are stayed for there. My blessing with you, and these few precepts in thy memory, see thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue, nor any unproportioned thought his act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. The friends thou hast and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy soul with hoops of steel, but do not dull thy palm with entertainment of each unhatched, unfledged comrade. Beware of entrance to a quarrel, but being in, bear that the opposed may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy, but not expressed in fancy, rich, not gaudy, for the apparel of proclaims the man, and they in France of the best ranked and station are of a most select and generous chef in that. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, for loan oft loses both itself and friend, and borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all, to thine own self be true, and it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell, my blessing season this in thee.
Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord.
The time invites you. Go, your servants tend.
Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you.
'Tis in my memory locked, and you yourself shall keep the key of it.
Farewell.
What is, Ophelia, he has said to you?
Oh, so please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet.
Marry, well bethought, 'tis told me he hath oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so, as so 'tis put on me, and that in may with caution, I must tell you, you do not understand yourself so clearly as it behooves my daughter, and your honour, what is between you, give me up the truth.
He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me.
Affection? Pah! Oh, you speak like a green girl unsifted in the perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them?
I do not know, my lord, what I should think.
Oh, marry, I'll teach you. Think yourself a baby that you have ta'en his tenders for true pay, which is not starling. Tender yourself more dearly, or not to crack the wind of the poor phrase roaming it thus, you'll tender me a fool.
My lord, he hath importuned me with love in honourable fashion.
Ah, fashion you may call it. Go to.
And hath given countenance to his speech, my lord, with all the vows of heaven.
Aye, springs catch woodcocks. I do know when the blood burns how prodigal the soul gives the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter, giving more light than heat, extinct in both, even in their promise, as it is a making. You must not take for fire. For this time, daughter, be somewhat scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate than a command to parley. For Lord Hamlet believes so much in him that he is young, and with a larger tether may he walk than you may be given you. In few, Ophelia, do not believe his vows, for they are brokers, not of the eye, for which their investments show, but mere implorators of unholy suits, breathing like sanctified and pious bonds to better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth, have you so slander any moment leisure as to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Now look to it. I'll charge thee, come your ways.
I shall obey, my lord.
Exeunt. Enter Hamlet, Horatio, Marcellus.
The air bites shrewdly. Is it very cold?
It is a nipping and eager air.
What hour now?
I think it lacks of 12.
No, it is struck.
Indeed, I heard it not. Then it draws near the season, wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. What does this mean, my lord?
The king doth wake tonight, and takes his rouse, keeps wassails and the swaggering upspring reels, and as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus spray out the triumph of his pledge.
Is it a custom?
Aye, marry, is it? And to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manor born, it is a custom more honored in the breach than the observance.
Enter Ghost.
Look, my lord, it comes.
Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou a spirit of health or goblin damned, bring with thee airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy events wicked or charitable, thou comest in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet, king, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonized bones, hearsed in death, have burst their serments, why the sepulchre wherein we saw thee quietly inured hath oped his ponderous and marble jaws to cast thee up again. What may this mean? That thou dead corse again in complete steel revisits thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature, so horridly to shake our disposition with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls. Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do?
Ghost beckons Hamlet.
It beckons you to go away with it, as if it's some impartment desire to you alone.
Look, with what courteous action it wafts you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it.
No, by no means.
It will not speak. Then will I follow it.
Do not, my lord.
Why? What should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee. And for my soul, what can it do to that, being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again. I'll follow it.
What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord? Or to the dreadful sonnet of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea? There assumes some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into the madness thick of it.
It wafts me still. Go on, I'll follow thee.
You shall not go, my lord.
Hold off your hand.
Be ruled. You shall not go.
My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Still am I called? Unhand me, gentlemen. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say away. Go on. I'll follow thee.
Exeunt Ghost and Hamlet.
Life is desperate with imagination.
Let's follow. 'Tis not fit thus to obey him.
Have after. What issue will this come?
Something is rotten in this state of Denmark.
Heaven will direct it.
Nay, let's follow him.
Exeunt. Enter Ghost and Hamlet.
Where wilt thou lead me? Speak. I'll go no further.
Mark me.
I will.
My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself.
Alas, poor ghost.
Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold.
Speak. I am bound to hear.
So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear.
What?
I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house, I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotty and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end like quills upon the fretful porpentine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, Hamlet, oh, list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love,
Oh, heaven.
revenge his foul and most unnatural murder.
Murder?
Murder most foul, as in the best it is, but this most foul, strange, and unnatural.
Haste. Haste me to know it, that with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love may sweep to my revenge.
I find thee apt, and duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on Lethe wharf, wouldst thou not stir in this. Now, Hamlet, hear. It's given out that sleeping in mine orchard a serpent stung me. So the whole ear of Denmark is, by a forged process of my death, rankly abused. But know, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown.
Oh, my prophetic soul. Mine uncle!
Aye, that incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wits, hath traitorous gifts of wicked wit, and gifts that have the power so to seduce, won to this shameful lust the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. Oh, Hamlet, what a falling off was there from me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine, but virtue, as it never will be moved through lewdness, courted in a shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning's air. Brief let me be, sleeping within mine orchard, my custom always in the afternoon. Upon my secure hour, thy uncle stole with juice of cursed heaven in a vial, and in the porches of mine ear did pour the lecherous distilment, whose effect hath such an enmity with blood of man that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gate and alleys of the body, and with such a sudden vigor it doth pass it, and curd like air dropping into milk the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine, and a most instant tetter baked about, most laser-like, with vile and loathsome crust all my smooth body. Thus was I, sleeping by a brother's hand, of life, of crown and queen, at once dispatched, cut off, even in the blossoms of my sin, unhouselled, disappointed, unannealed, no reckoning made, but sent to my account with all my imperfections on my head. Oh, horrible! Oh, horrible! Most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But however thou pursuest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught. Leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his uneffectual fire. Adieu. Adieu, Hamlet, remember me. Exit.
Oh, all you host of heaven. O earth, what else? And shall I couple hell? O fie! Hold my heart, and you, my sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee. I, thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe, remember thee, yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, yes, by heaven. Oh, most pernicious woman. Oh, villain, villain, smiling, damned villain. My tables, my tables. Neat it is that I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I'm sure it may be so in Denmark. So, uncle, there you are. Now to my word. It is adieu. Adieu. Remember me. I have sworn it.
My lord,
Lord, my
my
lord,
lord,
Enter Horatio Marcellus.
Lord Hamlet,
heaven secure him.
so be it.
Hello, ho, ho, my lord.
Hello, ho boy. Come, bird, come.
How is it, my noble lord?
What news, my lord?
Oh, wonderful.
Good, my lord. Tell it.
No. You'll reveal it.
Not I, my lord, by heaven.
Nor I, my lord.
How say you then? Would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret.
I,
I,
heaven,
by
my lord.
heaven, my lord.
There's ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark, but he's an arrant knave.
There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave to tell us this.
Why, right. You're in the right. And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You, as your business and desires shall point you, for every man has business and desire, such as it is, and for mine own poor part, look you, I'll go pray.
These are but wild and hurling words, my lord.
I'm sorry they offend you heartily. Yes, faith, heartily.
There's no offense, my lord.
Yes, by St. Patrick. But there is, my lord, and much offense, too, touching this vision here. It is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us, or master it as you may. And now, good friends, as you are friends, scholars, and soldiers, give me one poor request.
What is it, my lord? We will.
Never make known what you have seen tonight.
My lord, we will
Lord,
not.
we will not.
Nay, but swear it.
In faith, my lord, not I.
Nor I, my lord, in faith.
Upon my sword.
We have sworn, my lord, already.
Indeed, upon my sword, indeed.
Swear, Ghost cries under the stage.
Ha, boy. Sayest thou so? Art thou there, true penny? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage? Consent to swear.
Oath's the oath, my lord.
Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
Hic and ubique. Then we'll shift for ground. Come hither, gentlemen, and lay your hands again upon my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard. Swear by my sword.
Swear!
Well said, old mole. Canst work on the ground so fast? A worthy pioneer. Once more, remove, good friends.
Oh, day and night, but this is wondrous strange.
And therefore, as a stranger, give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in our philosophy. But come, here as before, never so help you mercy. How strange or odd soe'er I bear myself, as I perchance hereafter shall think meet to put an antic disposition on, that you at such time seeing me, never shall with arms encumbered thus or thus, head shake, or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase as, well, we know, or we could, and if we would, or if we list to speak, or there be, and if there might, or such ambiguous giving out to note that you know aught of me. This not to do. So grace and mercy at your most need help you swear.
Swear!
Rest, rest, perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen, with all my love I do commend me to you. And what so poor a man as Hamlet is, may you to express his love and friending to you, God willing, shall not lack. Let us go in together, and still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint. O cursed spite, that ever I was born to make it right. Nay, come, let's go together.
Exeunt. Actus secundus. Enter Polonius and Reynaldo.
Give him his money and these notes, Ronaldo.
I will, my lord.
You shall do marvels wisely, good Ronaldo. Before you visit him you make inquiry of his behavior.
My lord, I did intend it.
Ah, very well said. Very well said. Look you, sir, inquire me first what danskers are in Paris, and how and who, what means and where they keep, what company, at what expense, and finding by this encompassment and drift of question that they do know my son. Come you more nearer, then your particular demands will touch it. Take you as 'twere some distant knowledge of him, and thus I know his father and his friends, and in part him. Do you mark this, Ronaldo?
Aye, very well, my lord.
And in part him, but you may say not well. But if be he, I mean, he's very wild, addicted, so and so, and there put on him what forgeries you please. Marry, none so rank as may dishonour him. Take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips as are companions noted and most known to youth and liberty.
As gaming, my lord.
Oh, aye. Or drinking, fencing, swearing, quarrelling. Drabby, you may go so far.
My lord, that would dishonour him.
Oh, faith, no. As you may season it in the charge. You must not put another scandal on him that he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning, but breathe his faults so quaintly that they may seem the taints of liberty, the flash and outbreak of a fiery mind, as savagens of unreclaimed blood of general assault.
What, my good lord?
Wherefore should you do this?
I, my lord, I would know that.
Marry, sir, here's my draft, and I believe it is a fetch of warrant. You laying these slight sullies on my son, as 'twere a thing of a little solid in the working, mark you your party in converse, him you would sound having ever seen. In the predominant crimes, the youth you breathe of guilty, be assured he closes with you in this consequence. Good sir, or so, or friend, or gentleman, according to the phrase and the addition of man and country.
Very good, my lord.
And then, sir, does he this? He does? What was I about to say? Oh, I was about to say something. Where did I leave?
At closes in the consequence, at friend also, and gentleman.
As closes in the consequence, I marry, he closes with you thus. I know the gentleman, I saw him yesterday, or t'other day, or then, with such and such, and as you say, there was he gaming, there or retook in rouse, there falling out at tennis, or perchance I saw him enter such a house of sale, videlis at a brothel, or so forth. See you now, your bait of falsehood takes this cape of truth, and thus do we of wisdom and of reach with windlasses, and with essays of bias, by indirections find directions out. So, by my former lecture and advice, shall you, my son, you have me, have you not?
My lord, I have.
God by you, fare you well.
Good, my lord.
You observe his inclination in yourself.
I shall, my lord.
No, and let him ply his music.
Well, my lord.
Farewell.
Enter Ophelia.
How now, Ophelia, what's the matter?
Alas, my lord, I have been so affrighted.
With what in the name of heaven?
My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber, Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbraced, no hat upon his head, his stockings fouled, ungartered, and down gives to his ankle, pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other, and with a look so piteous in purport as if he had been loosed out of hell, to speak of horrors, he comes before me.
Mad for thy love?
My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it.
What said he?
He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm, and with his other hand thus o'er his brow, he falls to such perusal of my face as he would draw it. Long stayed he so, at last a little shaking of mine arm, and thrice his head thus waving up and down, he raised a sigh so piteous and profound that it seemed to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go. And with his head over his shoulders turned, he seemed to find his way out without his eyes. For hours he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me.
Go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property fordoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings, as oft as any passion under heaven that doth afflict our natures. I am sorry for what you have given him any hard. What have you given him any hard words of late?
No, my good lord, but as you did command, I did repel his letters and denied his access. Goodness. Well,
that has made him mad. I am sorry that with better speed and judgment I had not quoted him. I fear he did but trifle and meant to rack thee. But beshrew my jealousy, it seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be known. With king being kept close might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love.
Exeunt, Scena Secunda. Enter King, Queen, Rosencrantz, and Guildenstern, cum alice.
Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover, that we much did long to see you, the need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's greatness of it, since not the exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was. What be his death put him so much from the understanding of himself, I cannot deem. I entreat you both, that being so young is brought up with him, and since so neighbor to his youth and humor, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time. So by your companies to draw him on to pleasures, and to gather so much as from occasions he may glean, that opened lies within our remedy.
Good gentlemen, he hath much talked of you, and sure I am. Two men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and goodwill, as to expend your time with us a while for the supply and profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance.
Both your majesties might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty.
We both obey, and here give up ourselves in the full bent to lay our services freely at your feet, to be commanded.
Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern.
Oh, thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of ye, and bring the gentleman where Hamlet is.
Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him.
Amen.
The ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned.
Thou still hast been the father of good news.
Have I, my lord? I assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty as I hold my soul, both to my God, one to my gracious king. And I do think, or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as I have used to do, that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy.
Oh, speak of that. That I do long to hear.
Give first admittance to the ambassadors. My news shall be the news to that great feast.
Thyself do grace to them and bring them in. He tells me, my sweet queen, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper.
Oh, I doubt it is no other but the main, his father's death, and our over hasty marriage.
Enter Polonius, Voltimand, and Cornelius.
Well, we shall see him. Welcome, good friends. Say, Voltimand, what from our brother Norway?
A most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation against the Polack, but better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness. Whereat grieved, that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on Fortinbras, which he in brief obeys, receives a rebuke from Norway, and in fine makes vow before his uncle nevermore to give the assay of arms against your majesty. Wherein old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee, and his commission to employ those soldiers, so levied as before, against the Polack, with an entreaty herein further shown that it might please you to give quiet pass through your dominion for his enterprise. On such regards of safety and allowance are herein set down.
It likes us well, and at our more considered time we'll read, answer, and think upon this business. Meantime, we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest, at night we'll feast together. Most welcome home.
Exit ambassador.
This business is very well ended, my liege and madam. To expostulate what majesty should be, what duty is, why, day is day, night, night, and time is time. We're nothing but to waste night, day, and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be. Your noble son is mad. Mad, call I it, for to define true madness, what is't, but to be nothing else but mad. Yeah, but let that go.
Oh, more matter with less art.
Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true, 'tis pity, and pity is, 'tis true. A foolish figure, but farewell it, for I will use no art. Mad, let us grant him then. And now remains that we find out the cause of this effect. Or rather say, the cause of this defect. For this effect, defective, comes by cause, thus it remains, and the remainder thus. Perpend, I have a daughter, whilst she is mine, who in her duty and obedience mark has given me this. Now, gather and surmise. To the celestial and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase. Beautified is a vile phrase, but you shall hear these in her excellent white bosom, these.
Came this from Hamlet to her?
Good madam, stay a while. I will be faithful. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. O dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans, but that I love thee best, O most best believe it, Adieu, thine evermore most dear lady, whilst this machine is to him, Hamlet. Now thus, in obedience hath my daughter showed me, and more above hath his soliciting, as they fell out by time, by means and place, all given to mine ear.
But how hath she received his love?
Oh, what do you think of me?
As of a man faithful and honorable?
I would fain prove so. But what might you think? When I had seen this hot love on the wing, as I perceived it, I must tell you that before my daughter told me what might you or my dear majesty your queen here think if I had played the desk or table book, or given my heart a winking mute and dumb, or looked upon this love with idle sight, what might you think? No, I went round to work, and my young mistress, thus I did this speak. Lord Hamlet is a prince out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her that she should lock herself from his resort, admit no messengers, receive no tokens, which done, she took the fruits of my advice. And he, repulsed, a short tale to make, fell into a sadness, then into a fast, thence to a watch, thence into a weakness, thence into a lightness, and by this declension into the madness whereon he now raves, and all we wail for.
Do you think 'tis this?
It may be very likely.
Hath there been such a time, I'd fain know that I have positively said 'tis so when it proved otherwise.
Not that I know.
Well, take this from this. If this be otherwise, if circumstance lead me, I will find where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed within the centre.
How may we try it further?
You know, sometimes he walks 4 hours together here in the lobby.
Oh, so he has indeed.
At such a time, I'll loose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras then. Mark the encounter. If he love her not, and be not from his reason fallen thereon, let me be no assistant for a state, and keep a farm and carters.
We will try it.
Enter Hamlet reading on a book.
Well, look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading.
Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. How does my good lord, Hamlet?
Well, God a mercy.
Do you know me, my lord?
Excellent, excellent, well. You're a fishmonger.
Not I, my lord.
Then I would you were so honest a man.
Honest, my lord?
Aye, sir. To be honest as this world goes is to be one man picked out of 2,000.
That's very true, my lord.
For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a good kissing carrion, have you a daughter?
I have, my lord.
Let her not walk in the sun. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look to it.
How say you by that? Still harping on my daughter, yet he knew me not at first. He said I was a fishmonger. Oh, he is far gone, and truly in my youth I suffered much extremity for love, very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord?
Words. Words. Words.
What is the matter, my lord?
Between who?
I mean the matter you mean, my lord.
Slanders, sir. For the satirical slave says here that old men have grey beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber or plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with weak hands. All of which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For you yourself, sir, should be as old as I am, if, like a crab, you could crawl backwards.
Though this be madness, yet there is method in't. Will you walk out of the air, my lord?
Into my grave?
Indeed, that is out of the air. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness that often madness hits on, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honourable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you.
You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part with all. Except my life. My life.
Fare you well, my lord.
These tedious old fools.
You go to seek my lord Hamlet. There he is.
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
God save you, sir.
Mine honored lord.
My most dear lord.
My excellent good friends. How dost thou, Guildenstern? O Rosencrantz, good lads, how do you both?
As the indifferent children of the earth.
Happy in that we are not over happy. On Fortune's cap, we are not the very button.
Nor the soles of her shoe.
Neither, my lord.
Then you live about her waist, or in the middle of her favor?
Fate, her privates, we.
In the secret parts of Fortune. Oh, most true, she is a strumpet. What's the news?
None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest.
Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question more in particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of Fortune that she sent you to prison hither?
Prison, my lord?
Denmark's a prison.
Then is the world one.
A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons, Denmark being one of the worst.
We think not so, my lord.
Why then 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me it is a prison.
Why then your ambition makes it one. 'Tis too narrow for your mind.
Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams.
Which dreams indeed are ambition? For the very substance of the ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream.
A dream itself is but a shadow.
Truly. And I hold ambition of so airy and light a quality that it is but a shadow's shadow.
Then are our beggars' bodies and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows. Shall we to the court? For by my fay I cannot reason.
We'll
wait upon you.
No such matter. I will not sort you with the rest of my servants, for to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended. But in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore?
To visit you, my lord, no other occasion.
A beggar that I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you. And sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, nay, speak.
What should we say, my lord?
Why, anything but to the purpose. You were sent for, and there is a kind of confession in your looks which your modesties have not craft enough to color. I know the good king and queen have sent for you.
To what end, my lord?
That you must teach me. But let me conjure you by the rights of our fellowship, by the consonancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love, and by what more dear a better proposer could charge you withal, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no.
What say you?
Nay then, I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off.
My lord, we were sent for.
I will tell you why. So shall my anticipation prevent your discovery, and your secrecy to the king and queen mote no feather. I have of late But wherefore I know not lost all my mirth. Forgone all custom of exercise, and indeed it goes so heavenly with my disposition, that this goodly frame, the earth, seems to me a sterile promontory. This most excellent canopy, the air, look you, this brave o'erhanging, this majestical roof, fretted with golden fire. Why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is a man! How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet to me, what is this quintessence of dust? Man delights not me. No, nor woman neither, though by your smiling you seem to say so.
My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts.
Why did you laugh when I said man delights not me?
To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coated them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service.
He that plays the king shall be welcome. His majesty shall have tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target. The lover shall not sigh gratis. The humorous man shall end his part in peace. The clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickled at the seer. And the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall halt for it. What players are they?
Even those you were wont to take delight in, the tragedians of the city.
How chances it they travel? Their residence, both in reputation and profit, was better both ways.
I think their inhibition comes by the means of the late innovation.
Do they hold the same estimation they did when I was in the city? Are they so followed?
No, indeed, they're not.
How comes it? Do they grow rusty?
Nay, their endeavor keeps in the wonted pace, but there is, sir, an array of children, little asses, that cry out on the top of question and are most tyrannically clapped for. These are now the fashion, and so berattled the common stages, so they call them, that many wearing rapiers are afraid of goose quills and dare scarce come thither.
What are they, children? Who maintains them? How are they escorted? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards, if they should grow themselves to common players, as it is like most if their means are not better, their writers do them wrong to make them exclaim against their own succession?
Faith, there's been much to do on both sides, and the nation holds it no sin to tar them to controversy. There was for a while no money bid for argument, unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question.
Is it possible?
Oh, there has been much throwing about of brains.
Do the boys carry it away?
Aye, that they do, my lord. Hercules and his load, too.
It is not strange, for mine uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mouths at him while my father lived give 20, 40, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little. There is something in this more than natural, if philosophy could find it out.
Flourish for the players.
There
Gentlemen,
are
you
the
are
players.
welcome. You are welcome to Elsinore. Your hands come. The appurtenance of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you in this garb, lest my extent to the players, which I tell you must show fairly outward, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome. But my uncle father and aunt mother are deceived.
In what, my dear lord?
I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw.
Enter Polonius.
Well be with you, gentlemen.
Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too. At each ear a hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swathing clouts.
Happily, he's the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child.
I will prophesy. He comes to tell me of the players. Mark it. You say right, sir. For a Monday morning 'twas so indeed.
My lord, I have news to tell you.
My lord, I have news to tell you. One Roscius, an actor in Rome.
The actors are come hither, my lord.
Buzz.
Upon mine honour.
Then each actor on his ass.
Oh, the best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastorical, comical, historical, pastoral, tragical, historical, tragical, comical, historical, pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light. For the law of writ and the liberty, these are the only men.
O Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou!
What treasure had he, my lord?
Why, one fair daughter and no more, the which he loved passing well.
Still on my daughter?
Am I not in the right, old Jephthah?
If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well.
Nay, that follows not.
What follows then, my lord?
Why, as by lot God wot, and then it came to pass as most like it was. The first row of the Pon Chanson will show you more. For look, or my abridgments come.
Enter 4 or 5 players.
You are welcome, masters. Welcome all. I am glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. Oh, my old friend, thy face is valiant since I saw thee last. Comest thou to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady and mistress? By a lady's, your ladyship is nearer heaven than when I saw you last, by the altitude of a Chopine. Pray God, your voice like a piece of uncurrent gold be not cracked within the ring. Masters, you are all welcome. We'll e'en to it like French falconers, fly at anything we see. We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech.
What speech, my lord?
I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once. For the play, I remember, pleased not the million. 'Twas caviar to the general. But it was, as I received it, and others whose judgment in such matters cried in the top of mine, an excellent play. Well digested in the scenes, set down with as much modesty as cunning. I remember one said, there was no salad in the lines to make the matter savory, nor no matter in the phrase that might indict the author of affectation, but called it an honest method. One chief speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabout of it especially, where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line. Let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like the Hyrcanian beast. It is not so. It begins with Pyrrhus. The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the knight resemble when he lay couched in the ominous horse, hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal. Head to foot now is he to take gullers, horridly tripped with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons, baked and empasted with the parching streets that lend a tyrannous and damned light to their vile murthers, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus o'ersized with coagulate gore. With eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus old grandsire Priam seeks.
Oh, for God, my lord, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion.
Anon he finds him, striking 2 shorted Greeks, his antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls. Repugnant to command, equal match, Pyrrhus at Priam drives and rage strikes wide. But with the whiff and wind of his fell sword, the unnerved father falls. Then senseless Ilium, seeming to feed his blow, with flaming top stoops to his back, and with a hideous crash takes prisoner Pyrrhus' heir. For lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of Reverend Priam, seemed if the air to stick. So as a painted tyrant Pyrrhus stood, and like a neutral to his will and matter, did nothing. But as we often see against some storm of silence in the heavens, the rack stands still, the bold wind speechless, and the orb below as hushed as death. Anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region. So after Pyrrhus' pause, aroused vengeance sets him new a work. And never did the Cyclops' hammer fall on Mars, his armors, forge for proof etern, with less remorse than Pyrrhus' bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out! Thou strumpet fortune, all you gods, in general synod, take away her power, break all the spokes and failures from her wheel, and bowl the round nave down the hill of heaven as low as to the fiends.
This is too long.
It shall to the barbers with your beard. Prithee, say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on. Come to Hecuba.
But who? Oh, who had seen the ennobled queen?
The ennobled queen?
Oh, that's good. Ennobled queen is good.
Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flame, with bison room, a clout about that head, where late the diadem stood, and for a robe about her lank and all oiled teamed loins, a blanket in the alarm of fear caught up. Who this had seen with tongue in venom steeped, gainst fortune's state would treason have pronounced. But if the gods themselves did see her then, when she saw Pyrrhus make malicious sport in mincing with his sword her husband's limbs, the instant burst of clamor that she made, unless things mortal move them not at all, would have made milks the burning eyes of heaven and passion in the gods.
Oh, look what he has not turned his colour, and has tears in's eyes. Pray you no more.
'Tis well. I'll have thee speak out the rest soon. Good my lord, will you see the players well bestowed? Do you hear? Let them be well used, for they are the abstracts and brief chronicles of the time. After your death, you were better have a bad epitaph than their ill report while you lived.
My lord, I will use them according to their deserts.
God's bodkins, man, better. Use every man after his desert, and who should scape whipping? Use them after your own honor and dignity. The less they deserve, the more merit is in your bounty. Take them in.
Come, sirs.
Follow him, friends. We'll hear a play tomorrow. Dost thou hear me, old friend? Can you play the murder of Gonzago?
Aye, my lord.
We'll have tomorrow night. You could, for a knee, study a speech of some 12 or 16 lines, which I would set down and insert in it, could you not?
Aye, my lord.
Very well. Follow that lord, and look you mock him not. My good friends, I'll leave you till night. You are welcome to Elsinore.
Good, my lord.
Exeunt, Mene Hamlet.
Aye, so God by ye. Now I am alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I! Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his whole conceit that from her working all his visage warmed, tears in his eyes, distraction in his aspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit? And all for nothing, for Hecuba? What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? He would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant and amaze indeed the very faculty of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy-meddled rascal, peak like John a Dreams, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain, breaks my pater cross, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the line the throat as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this, huh? Why, I should take it. For it cannot be but I am pigeon-livered, and lack gall to make oppression bitter, or ere this I should have fatted all the region kites with this slave's awful. Bloody, bawdy villain, remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, dangerous villain, vengeance! Why, what an ass am I! Aye, sure, this is most brave, that I, the son of the dear murthered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, must like a whore unpack my heart with words, and fall a-cursing like a very drab. A scullion? Fie upon it. Faugh, about my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures sitting at a play have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks, I'll tent him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I have seen may be the devil, and the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape, yea, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, as he is very potent with such spirits, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. The play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king.
Exit. Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and lords.
Trying to find the page. Okay. And can you, by no drift of circumstance, get from him why he puts on this confusion, rating so harshly all his days of quiet with turbulence and dangerous lunacy?
He does confess he feels himself distracted, but from what cause he will by no means speak.
Nor do we find him forward to be sounded, but with a crafty madness keeps aloof. When we would bring him on to some confession of his true state.
Did he receive you well?
Most like a gentleman.
But with much forcing of his disposition.
Niggard of question, but of our demands, most free in his reply.
Oh, did you essay him to any pastime?
Madam, it so fell out that certain players we o'erwrought on the way, of these we told him, and there did seem in him a kind of joy to hear of it. They are about the court, and as I think, They have already ordered this knight to play before him.
Oh, 'tis most true, and he beseech me to entreat your majesties to hear and see the matter.
With all my heart, and it doth much content me to hear him so inclined. Good gentlemen, give him a further aid, and drive his purpose on to these lights.
We shall, my lord.
Exeunt.
Leave us too. For we have closely sent for Hamlet hither, that he is to where by accident may there affront Ophelia. And father and myself, lawful espousals, will so bestow ourselves, that seeing unseen, we may of their encounter frankly judge, and gather by him as he is behaved, if it be the affliction of his love, or no, that thus he suffers for.
I shall obey you. And for your part, Ophelia, I do wish that your good beauties be the happy cause of Hamlet's wildness. So shall I hope your virtues will bring him to his wonted way again. To both your honors.
Madam, I wish it may.
Ophelia, walk you here. Gracious, so please you, we will bestow ourselves. Read on this book. That show of such an exercise may colour your loneliness. We are oft to blame in this. It is too much proved that with devotion's visage and pious action, we do surge o'er the devil himself.
Oh, 'tis true. How smart a laugh that speech doth give my conscience. The harlot's cheek beautied with playstring art is not more ugly to the thing that helps it than is my deed to my most painted word. O heavy burden!
Oh, I hear him coming. Let's withdraw, my lord.
Exeunt. Enter Hamlet.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them, to die, to sleep, no more. And by sleep, to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the poor man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might make his quietus with a bare bodkin? Who would these fardels bear, to grunt and swear under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment with this regard their currents turn away, and lose the name of action. Soft you now, the fair Ophelia. Nymph, in thy orisons be all my sins remembered.
Good my lord, how does your honor for this many a day?
I humbly thank you. Well, well, well.
My lord, I have remembrances of yours that I have longed to redeliver. I pray you now, receive them.
No, no, I never gave you aught.
My honored lord, I know right well you did. and with them words of so sweet breath compose, as made the things more rich than perfume left. Take these again, for to the noble mind rich gifts wax poor, when givers prove unkind. There, my lord.
Ha, ha! Art thou honest?
My lord,
Are you fair?
what means your lordship?
That if you be honest and fair, your honesty should admit no discourse to your beauty.
Could beauty, my lord, have better commerce than your honesty?
Aye, truly. For the power of beauty will sooner transform honesty from what it is to a bawd than the force of honesty can translate beauty into his likeness. This was sometimes a paradox, but now the time gives it proof. I did love you once.
Indeed, my lord, you made me believe so.
You should not have believed me. For virtue cannot so inoculate our old stock, but we shall relish of it. I loved you not.
I was the more deceived.
Get thee to a nunnery. Why wouldst thou be a breeder of sinners? I am myself indifferent honest, but yet I could accuse me of such things that it were better my mother had not borne me. I am very proud, revengeful, ambitious, with more offences at my beck than I have thoughts to put them in imagination, to give them shape, or time to act them in. What should such fellows as I do, crawling between heaven and earth? We are arrant knaves all, believe none of us. Go thy ways to a nunnery. Where's your father?
At home, my lord.
Let the doors be shut upon him, that he may play the fool no way but in his own house. Farewell.
Oh, help him, you sweet heavens.
If thou dost marry, I'll give thee this plague for thy dowry. Be thou as chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Get thee to a nunnery. Go, farewell. Or if thou wilt needs marry, marry a fool. For wise men know well enough what monsters you'll make of them. To a nunnery go, and quickly too. Farewell.
Heavenly powers, restore him.
I have heard of your paintings too well enough. God has given you one face, and you make yourself another. You jig, you amble, and you lisp, and nickname God's creatures, and make your wantonness your ignorance. Go to, I'll no more on it. It hath made me mad. I say we will have no more marriages. Those that are married already, all but one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. To a nunnery! Go!
Oh, what a noble mind is here o'erthrown. The courtiers, the soldiers, scholars, eye, tongue, sword, the expectancy and rose of the fair state, the glass of fashion and the mold of form, the observed of all observers, quite down. Have I of ladies most deject and wretched, that suck the honey of his music vows, now sweet that noble and most sovereign reason, like sweet bells jangled out of tune, and harsh, that unmatched form and feature of blown youth blasted with ecstasy. Oh, woe is me, to have seen what I have seen, see what I see.
Enter King and Polonius.
Love. His affections do not that way tend, nor what he spake, though it lacked form a little, was not like madness. There's something in his soul, o'er which his melancholy sits on brood, and I do doubt the hatch and the disclose will be some danger. Which to prevent, I have in quick determination thus set it down. He shall with speed to England for the demand of our neglected tribute. Haply the seas and countries different with variable objects shall expel this something settled matter in his heart, whereon his brain still beating puts him thus from fashion of himself. What think you on't?
It shall do well. But yet do I believe the origin and commencement of this grief sprung from neglected love. How now, Ophelia? You need not tell us what Lord Hamlet said. We have heard it all. My lord, do as you please, but if you hold it fit after the play, let his queen mother all alone entreat him to show his griefs. Let her be round with him, and I'll be placed so, please you, in the ear of all their conference. If she find him not, to England send him, or confine him where your wisdom best shall think.
It shall be so. Madness in great ones must not unwatched go.
Exeunt. Enter Hamlet and 2 or 3 of the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of our players do, I had as lieve the town crier had spoke my lines. Nor do not saw the air too much your hand thus, but use all gently. For in the very torrent, tempest, and as I may say, the whirlwind of passion, you must acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul to see a robustious, peri-pig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. I would have such a fellow whipped for o'erdoing termagant. It out-Herods Herod. Pray you avoid it.
I warrant, your honor.
Be not too tame neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this special observance, that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end both at the first and now was and is to hold as 'twere the mirror up to nature, to show virtue, her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Now, this overdone, or come toddy off, though it make the unskilful laugh, cannot but make the judicious grieve. The censure of the which one must in your allowance o'erweigh a whole theatre of others. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly, not to speak it profanely, that neither having the accent of Christians, nor the gait of Christian, pagan, or Norman, have so strutted and bellowed, that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men, and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. And let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. It's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make you ready.
Exit players. Enter Polonius, Rosencrantz, and Gilbert.
How now, my lord? Will the king hear this piece of work?
And the queen too, and that presently.
Bid the players make haste. Will you two help to hasten them?
We will, my
We
lord.
will, my lord.
What ho, Horatio?
Here, my sweet lord, at your service.
Horatio, thou art e'en as just a man as ere my conversation coped withal.
Oh, my dear lord.
No, do not think I flatter. For what advancement may I hope from thee, that no revenue hast but thy good spirits to feed and clothe thee? Why should the poor be flattered? No, let the candied tongue lick absurd pomp, and crook the pregnant hinges of the knee with where thrift may follow feigning. Dost thou hear? Since my dear soul was mistress of my choice, and could of men distinguish, her election hath sealed thee for herself. For thou hast been as one in suffering all that suffers nothing. A man that fortune's buffets and rewards hath ta'en with equal thanks. And blessed are those whose blood and judgment are so well commingled that they are not a pipe for fortune's finger to sound what stop she please. Give me that man that is not passion's slave, and I will wear him in my heart's core. I, in my heart of heart, as I do thee. Something too much of this. There is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe mine uncle. If his occulted guilt do not excel uncannily in one speech, it is a damned ghost that we have seen, and my imaginations are as foul as Vulcan's stithy. Give him needful note, for I mine own eyes will rivet to his face, and after we will both our judgments join, the censure of his seal.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught, the whilst this play is playing, and scape detecting, I will pay the theft.
Enter King, Queen, Polonius, Ophelia, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern, and other lords attendant with his guard carrying torches. Danish march. Sound of flourish.
They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent, i' faith. Of the chameleon's dish. I eat the air promise crammed. You cannot feed capon so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine. Now, my lord, you played once in the university, you say?
Oh, that I did, my lord, and was accounted a good actor.
And what did you enact?
I did enact Julius Caesar. I was killed in the Capitol. Brutus killed me.
It was a brute part of him to kill so capital a calf there. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord. They stay upon your patience.
Oh, come hither, my good Hamlet. Sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
Oh, do you mark that?
Lady, shall I lie in your lap?
No, my lord.
I mean, my head upon your lap.
Aye, my lord.
Do you think I meant country matters?
I think nothing, my lord.
There's a fair thought, to lie between maids' legs.
What is, my lord?
Nothing.
You are merry, my lord.
Who, I?
Aye, my lord.
Oh God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within his 2 hours.
Hey, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long? Nay, then let the devil wear black, for I'll have a suit of sables. Oh heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet? Then there's hope a great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. But by a lady, we must build churches then, or else shall he suffer not thinking on, with the hobby horse, whose epitaph is, for oh, the hobby horse is forgot.
Oh, boys play, the dumb show enters. Enter a king and queen very lovingly. The queen embracing him, she kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck, lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him. Anon comes in a fellow, takes off his crown, kisses it, and pours poison in the king's ears and exit. The queen returns, finding the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner, with some 2 or 3 mutes, comes in again, seeming to lament with her. The dead body is carried away. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts, she seeming loath and unwillingly a while, but in the end accepts his love. Exeunt.
What means this, my lord?
Mary, this is milking Maliko. That means mischief.
Belike this show imports the argument of the play?
We shall know by these fellows. The players cannot keep counsel. They'll tell all.
Will they tell us what this show meant?
Aye, or any show that you'll show them. Be not you ashamed to show, he'll not shame to tell you what it means.
You are not. You are not. I'll mark the play.
Enter prologue. For us and for our tragedy, here stooping to your clemency, we beg your hearing patiently.
But is this a prologue or the posy of a ring?
'Tis brief, my lord.
as woman's love.
Enter King and his Queen.
Full 3 times hath Phoebus' cart gone round Neptune's salt wash and Tellus' orbed ground, and 30 moons with borrowed sheen about the world hath times 12 30s been, since love our hearts and Hymen did our hands unite commutual in most sacred band.
So many journeys may the sun and moon make against Condor ere love be done. But woe is me, who are so sick of late, so far from cheer and from your former state, that I distrust you. Yet though I discomfort you, my lord, and nothing must. For women's fear and love holds quantity, and neither ought or in extremity. Now what my love is, truth hath made you know, and as my love is sized, my fear is so.
Faith, I must leave thee, love, and shortly too. My operant powers, my functions leave to do. And thou shalt live in this fair world behind, honored, beloved, and haply one as kind, for husband shalt thou.
Oh, confound the rest. Such love must needs be treason in my breast. And second husband, let me be accursed. None wed the second, but who killed the first?
Wormwood, wormwood.
The instances that second marriage move are base respects of thrift, but none of love. A second time, I kill my husband dead when second husband kisses me in bed.
I do believe you. Think what now you speak. But what we do determine oft we break. Purpose is but the slave to memory, of violent birth, but poor validity, which now like fruit unripe sticks on the tree, but fall unshaken when they mellow be. Most necessary 'tis that we forget to pay ourselves what to ourselves is debt. What to ourselves in passion we propose, the passion ending, doth the purpose lose. The violence of other grief for joy, their own enactors with themselves destroy. Where joy most revels, grief doth most lament. Grief joys, joy grieves on slender accident. This world is not for aye, nor 'tis not strange that even our loves should with our fortunes change, for 'tis a question left us yet to prove whether love lead fortune or else fortune love. The great man down, you mark his favorites fly. The poor advanced make friends of enemies, and hitherto doth love on fortune tend, for who not needs shall never lack a friend, and who in want a hollow friend doth try, directly seasons him his enemy. But orderly to end, where I begun, our wills and fates do so contrary run, that our devices still are overthrown. Our thoughts are ours, their ends none of our own. So think thou wilt no second husband wed, but die thy thoughts when thy first lord is dead.
Nor earth to give me food, nor heaven light, sport and repose locked from me day and night. Each opposite that blanks the face of joy, meet what I would have well, and it destroy. Both here and hence pursue me lasting strife, if once a widow, ever I be wife.
If she should break it now.
'Tis deeply sworn. Sweet, leave me here a while. My spirits grow dull, and fain I would beguile the tedious day with sleep.
Sleep, rock thy brain,
Sleeps.
and never come mischance between us twain.
Exit.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady protests too much, methinks.
Oh, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is Is there no offense in't?
No, no, they do but jest, poison in jest, no offense in the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. Marry how? Tropically. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. Gonzago is the Duke's name, his wife Baptista. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work. But what of that? Your Majesty, and we that have free souls, it touches not us. Let the galled jade wince. Our withers are unwrung. Ah, this is one Lucianus, nephew to the king.
You are a good chorus, my lord.
I could interpret between you and your love if I could see the puppets dallying.
You are keen, my lord. You are keen.
It would cost you a groaning to take off my edge.
Still better and worse.
So you mistake husbands. Begin, murderer. Pox, leave thy damnable faces and begin. Come, the croaking raven doth bellow for revenge.
What's black hands apt, drugs fit, time agreeing, confederate season, else no creature seeing, thou mixture rank of midnight weeds collected, with Hecate's ban thrice blasted, thrice infected, thy natural magic and dire property, unwholesome life, usurp immediately.
To poison in his ears.
He poisoned him in the garden for his estate. His name's Gonzago. The story is extant and written choice Italian. You shall see anon how the murderer gets the love of Gonzago's wife.
The king arises.
What, frighted with false fire?
How fares my lord?
Give all the play.
Give me some light! Away!
Light,
Light! Light! Light!
Exeunt Manet, Hamlet, and Horatio.
Why, let the strunken deer go weep, the heart ungalled play. For some must watch while some must sleep, so runs the world away. With it not this, sir, and a forest of feathers, if the rest of my fortunes turn Turk with me, with 2 provincial roses on my raised shoes, get me a fellowship and a cry of players, sir.
Half a share.
A whole one, I. For thou dost know, O Damon dear, this realm dismantled was of Jove himself, and now reigns here a very, very Pajak.
You might have rimmed.
Oh, good Horatio. I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000, didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning.
I did very well note him.
Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Oh, ha! Come, some music! Come, the recorders! For if the king like not the comedy, why then belike he likes it not pretty. Come, some music!
Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with you.
Sir, a whole history.
The king, sir,
Aye, sir, what of him?
is in his retirement, marvelous distempered.
With drink, sir.
No, my lord, rather with choler.
Your wisdom should show itself more richer to signify this to his doctor. For me to put him to his purgation would perhaps plunge him into far more choler.
Good my lord, put your discourse into some frame, and start not so wildly from my affair.
I am tame, sir, pronounce.
The queen your mother, in most great affliction of spirit, has sent me to you.
You are welcome.
Nay, my good my lord, this courtesy is not of the right breed. If it shall please you to make me a wholesome answer, I will do your mother's commandment. If not, your pardon, and my return shall be the end of my business.
Sir, I cannot
What, my lord?
make you a wholesome answer. My wit's diseased. But, sir, such answers as I can make you shall command, or rather you say, my mother. Therefore, no more but to the matter. My mother, you say,
Then thus she says, your behavior hath struck her into amazement and admiration.
O wonderful son, that can so astonish a mother! But is there no sequel at the heels of this mother's admiration?
She desires to speak with you in her closet ere you go to bed.
We shall obey were she 10 times our mother. Have you any further trade with me?
My lord, you once did love me.
So I do steal by these pickers and stealers.
Good my lord, what is your cause of distemper? You do freely bar the door of your own liberty if you deny your griefs to your friend.
Sir, I lack advancement.
How can that be, when you have the voice of the king himself for your succession in Denmark?
Aye, but while the grass grows, the proverb is somewhat musty.
Enter one with a recorder.
Oh, the recorder. Let me see. To withdraw with you, why do you go about to recover the wind of me, as if you would drive me into a toil?
Oh, my lord, if my duty be too bold, my love is too unmannerly.
I do not well understand that. Will you play upon this pipe?
My lord, I cannot.
I pray you.
Believe me, I cannot.
I do beseech you.
I know no touch of it, my lord.
'Tis as easy as lying. Govern these ventages with your fingers and thumb. Give it breath with your mouth, and it will discourse most excellent music. Look you, these are the stops.
But these cannot I command to any utterance of harmony. I have not the skill.
Why, look you now, how unworthy a thing you make of me. You would play upon me. You would seem to know my stops. You would pluck out the heart of my mystery. You would sound me from my lowest note to the top of my compass. And there is much music, excellent voice in this little organ, yet cannot you make it. What do you think? That I am easier to be played on than a pipe? Call me what instrument you will. Though you can fret me, you cannot play upon me. God bless you, sir.
Enter Polonius.
My lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently.
Do you see that cloud? That's almost in shape like a camel.
Oh, by the missy, and it's like a camel indeed.
Methinks it is like a weasel?
Oh, it is backed like a weasel.
Or like a whale?
Very like a whale.
Then I will come to my mother by and by. They fool me to the top of my bent. I will come by and by.
I will say so.
By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now I could drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let it be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words somever she be shent, to give them seals, never my soul consent.
Enter King Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
I like him not, nor stands it safe with us to let his madness range. Therefore prepare you. I your commission will forthwith dispatch, and he to England shall along with you. The terms of our estate may not endure a hazard so dangerous as doth hourly grow out of his lunacies.
We will ourselves provide. Most holy and religious fear it is to keep those many, many bodies safe that live and feed upon your majesty.
The single and peculiar life is bound with all the strength and armor of the mind to keep itself from annoyance, but much more than that spirit upon whose spirit depends and rests the lives of many. The seas of majesty dies not alone, but like a gulf doth draw what's near it with it. It is a massy wheel fixed on the summit of the highest mount, to whose huge spoke 10,000 lessons or things are mortized and adjoined, which when it falls, each small and excellent petty consequence attends the boisterous ruin. Never alone did the king sigh, but with a general groan.
Arm you, I pray you, to the speedy voyage, for we will fetters put upon the sphere which now goes too free-footed.
We will
We
haste
will
us.
haste us.
Exit gentlemen, enter Polonius.
My lord, he's going to his mother's closet. Behind the arras I'll convey myself to hear the process. I warrant she'll tax him home. And as you said, and wisely was it said, 'tis meet that some more audience than a mother, since nature makes them partial, should o'erhear the speech of vantage. Fare you well, my liege. I'll call upon you ere you go to bed and tell you what I know.
Thanks, dear my lord. Oh, my offence is rank. It smells to heaven. It hath the primal eldest curse upon't, a brother's murder. Pray can I not? Though inclination be as sharp as will, my stronger guilt defeats my strong intent. And like a man to double business bound, I stand and pause where I shall first begin, and both neglect. What if this cursed hand were thicker than itself with brother's blood? Is there not rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash it white as snow? Whereto serves mercy but to confront the visage of offence? And what's in prayer but this twofold force to be forestalled ere we come to fall, or pardoned being down? Then I'll look up. My fault is past. But oh, what form of prayer can serve my turn? Forgive me my foul murder. That cannot be, since I am still possessed of those effects for which I did the murder, my crown, mine own ambition, and my queen. May one be pardoned and retain the offence? In the corrupted currents of this world, offence's gilded hand may shove by justice, and oft is seen the wicked prize itself buys out the law. But 'tis not so above. There is no shuffling. There the action lies in his true nature, and we ourselves compelled even to the teeth and forehead of our faults to give an evidence. What then? What rests? Try what repentance can, what can it not? Yet, what can it when one cannot repent? O wretched state! O bosom black as death! O limed soul that struggling to be free art more engaged! Help, angels! Make us say, bow stubborn knees and heart with strings of steel, be soft as sinews of the newborn babe. All may be well.
Enter Hamlet.
Now might I do it, Pat. Now he is praying. Now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven. And so am I revenged. That would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven. Oh, this is higher in salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown, as fresh as May, and how his audit stands, who knows save heaven? But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for the passage? No. Up sword. And know thou a more horrid hint. when he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed, at gaming, swearing, or about some act that has no relish of salvation in it, then trip him, that his heels may kick at heaven, and that his soul may be as damned and black as hell whereto it goes. My mother stays. This physic but prolongs thy sickly days.
Exit.
My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go.
Exit. Enter Queen and Polonius.
He will come straight. Look you lay home to him. Tell him his pranks have been too broad to bear with, and that your grace hath screened and stood between much heat and him. I'll silence me in here. Pray you be round with him.
Mother! Mother! Mother!
I'll warrant you, fear me not. Withdraw, I hear him coming.
Now, mother, what's the matter?
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Oh, come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, you question with an idle tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Oh, have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife, but, would you are not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then, I'll set those to you that can't speak.
Come, sit you down. You shall not budge. You go not till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What will thou do? Will thou murder me? Help, 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 help!
Oh, help!
How now, a rat? Dead for a ducat! Dead!
I am slain.
Kills Polonius.
Oh me, what hast thou done?
Nay, I know not. Is it the king?
Oh, what a rash and bloody deed is this!
A bloody deed. Almost as bad, good mother, as kill a king and marry with his brother.
Has killed a king.
Aye, lady, 'twas my word. Ah, thou wretched, rash, intruding fool, farewell. I took thee for thy betters. Take thy fortune. Thou findest it to be too busy is some danger. Leave wringing of your hands. Peace, sit you down, and let me wring your heart. For so I shall if it be made of penetrable stuff. If damned custom have not brazed it so that it is proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done, that thou darest wag thy tongue in noise so rude against me?
Such an act that blurs the grace and blush of modesty, calls virtue hypocrite, takes off the rose from the fair forehead of an innocent love and makes a blister there, makes marriage vows as false as dicers' oaths. Oh, such a deed, as from the body of contraction plucks the very soul, and sweet religion makes a rhapsody of words. Heaven's face doth glow, yes, this solidity and compound mass, with tristful visage as against the doom, is thought sick at the act.
I mean, what act that roars so loud and thunders in the index?
Look here. Look here, upon this picture, and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on his brow. Hyperion's curls, the front of Jove himself, an eye like Mars, to threaten or command a station like the herald Mercury new lighted on a heaven-kissing hill. A combination, and a form indeed where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband. like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome breath. Have you eyes? Could you on this fair mountain leave to feed and batten on this moor? Huh? Have you eyes? You cannot call it love. For at your age, the heyday in the blood is tame. It's humble and waits upon the judgment. And what judgment would step from this to this? What devil was it that thus hath cozened you at Hoodman blind? O shame, where is thy blush? Rebellious hell, if thou canst mutine in a matron's bones, to flaming youth let virtue be as wax and melt in her own fire. Proclaim no shame when the compulsive ardor gives thee charge, since frost itself as actively doth burn, and reason panders will.
Oh, Hamlet, speak no more. Thou turnest mine eyes into my very soul, and there I see such black and grained spots as will not leave their tint.
Nay, but to live in the rank sweat of an enseamen bed, stewed in corruption, honeying and making love over the nasty sty.
Oh, speak to me no more. These words like daggers enter mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
Murderer and a villain, a slave that it is not 20th part the tithe of your present lord, a vice of kings, a cutpurse of the empire and the rule, that from a shelf the precious diadem stole and put it in his pocket.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches. Save me, and hover o'er me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would you, gracious figure?
Oh, he's mad.
Do you not come your tardy son to chide, that lapsed in time and passion lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say!
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thy almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is it with you, lady?
Alas, how is it with you, that you bend your eye on vacancy, and with that corporal air do hold discourse? Forth at your eyes, your spirits widely peep, and as the sleeping soldiers in the alarm, your bedded hair like life and excrement start up and stand on end. Oh, gentle sun, upon the heat and flame of thy distemper, sprinkle cool patience. Wherein do you look?
On him. On him. Look you how pale he glares. His form and cause conjoined, preaching to stones would make them capable. Do not look upon me, lest with this piteous action you convert my stern effects. Then what I have to do will want true color, tears perchance for blood.
To who do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all, yet all that is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No, nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now, out at the portal.
Exit.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy? My pulse as yours doth temperately keep time, and makes as healthful music. It is not madness that I have uttered. Bring me to the test, and I the matter will reword, which madness would gamble from. Mother, for love of grace, lay not a flattering unction to your soul, that not your trespass but my madness speaks. It will but skin and film the ulcerous place, whilst rank corruption, mining all within, infects unseen. Confess yourself to heaven, Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rank. Forgive me this my virtue. For in the fatness of these pursy times, virtue itself a vice must pardon beg, yea, curb and woo for leave to do him good.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast left my heart.
Oh, throw away the worser part of it, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to mine uncle's bed. Assume a virtue if you have it not. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. For this same Lord, I do repent. But heaven hath pleased it so to punish me with this and this with me, that I must be their scourge and minister. I will bestow him, and will answer well the death I gave him. So again, good night. I must be cruel only to be kind. Thus bad begins, and worse remains behind.
What shall I do?
Not this by no means that I bid you do. Let the blunt king tempt you again to bed, pinch wanton on your cheek, call you his mouse, and let him for a pair of reachy kisses, or paddling in your neck with his damned fingers, make you to ravel all this matter out, that essentially I am not in madness, but mad in craft. 'Twere good you let him know. For who that's but a queen, fair, sober, wise, would from a paddock, from a bat, a jib such dear concernings hide? Who would do so? No, in despite of sense and secrecy, unpeg the basket on the house's top. Let the birds fly, and like the famous ape to try conclusions in the basket, creep and break your own neck down.
Be thou assured, if words be made of breath, and breath of life, I had no life to breathe what thou hast said to me.
I must to England, you know that.
Alack, I forgot. 'Tis so concluded on.
This man shall set me packing. I'll lug the guts into the neighbor room. Mother, good night. Indeed, this counselor is now most still, most secret, and most grave, who was in life a foolish prating knave. Come, sir, to draw toward an end with you. Good night, mother.
Exit Hamlet, tugging in Polonius. Enter King.
Are we not taking a short break?
Let's take a break for about 10 minutes and come back at about, it'll be 3:47 Eastern time.
We were in the midst of a dramatic moment. Why pause?
It's Act 4, Scene 1.
So,
Okay, should I go ahead or what?
Go ahead. It's probably best if you went ahead.
All right, go ahead.
I'll do that. There's matter in these sighs, these profound heaves you must translate, 'tis fit we understand them. Where is your son?
Oh, my good Lord, what I have seen tonight.
What, Gertrude, how does Hamlet?
Man, there's a seas and wind when both contend which is the mightier. In his lawless fit behind the arras, hearing something stir, he whips his rapier out and cries, "A rat, a rat!" And in his brainish apprehension killed the unseen good old man.
Oh, heavy deed. It had been so with us had we been there. His liberty is full of threats to all, to you yourself, to us, to everyone. Alas, how shall this bloody deed be answered? It will be laid to us, whose providence should have kept short, restrained, and out of haunt this mad young man. But so much was our love, we would not understand what was most fit, but like the owner of a foul disease, to keep it from divulging, lets it feed even on the pith of life. Where is he gone?
To draw apart the body he hath killed, over whom his very madness, like some ore among a mineral of metal's base, shows itself pure. He weeps for what is done.
Oh, Gertrude, come away. The sun no sooner shall the mountains touch, but we will ship him hence. And this vile deed we must with all our majesty and skill both countenance and excuse. Ho, Guildenstern? Friends both, go join you with some further aid. Hamlet in madness hath Polonius slain. And from his mother's closets hath he dragged him. Go seek him out, speak fair, and bring the body into the chapel. I pray you hasten this. Come, Gertrude, we'll call up our wisest friends to let them know both what we mean to do and what's untimely done. Oh, come away. My soul is full of discord and dismay.
Exeunt. Enter Hamlet.
Safely stowed. What noise?
Hamlet,
Who called on
Lord
Hamlet?
Hamlet.
Enter
Who called on Hamlet? Ah, here they come.
Enter.
What have you done, my lord, with the dead body?
Compounded it with dust whereto 'tis kin.
Tell us where 'tis, that we may take it thence and bear it to the chapel.
Do not believe it,
Believe what?
that I can keep your counsel, and not mine own. Besides, to be demanded of a sponge, what replication should be made by the son of a king?
Take you me for a sponge, my lord?
Aye, sir, that soaks up the king's countenance, his rewards, his authorities, but such officers do the king best service in the end. He keeps them like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed to be last swallowed. When he needs what you have gleaned, it is but squeezing you, and sponge, you shall be dry again.
I understand you not, my lord.
I am glad of it. A knavish speech sleeps in a foolish ear.
My lord, you must tell us where the body is, and go with us to the king.
The body is with the king, but the king is not with the body. The king is a thing
A thing, my lord?
of nothing. Bring me to him. Hide, fox, and all after.
Exeunt. Enter King.
I have sent to seek him and to find the body. How dangerous is it that this man goes loose? Yet must not we put the strong law on him he's loved of the distracted multitude, who like not in their judgment but their eyes. And where it is so, the offender's scourge is weighed but nearer the offense. To bear all smooth and even, the sudden sending him away must seem deliberate pause. Diseases desperate grown by desperate appliance are relieved or not at all.
Enter Rosencrantz.
How now, what hath befallen?
Where the dead body is bestowed, my lord, we cannot get from him.
But where is he?
Without, my lord, guarded to know your pleasure.
Bring him before us.
Ah! Guildenstern! Bring in my lord!
Enter Hamlet and Guildenstern.
Now, Hamlet, where's Polonius?
At supper.
At supper. Where?
Not where he eats, but where he is eaten. A certain convocation of worms are e'en at him. Your worm is your only emperor for diet. We fat all creatures else to fat us, and we fat ourselves for maggots. Your fat king and your lean beggar is but variable service to dishes, but to one table that's the end.
What dost thou mean by this?
Nothing but to show you how a king may go a progress through the guts of a beggar.
Where is Polonius?
In heaven, send thither to see. If your messenger find him not there, seek him in the other place yourself. But indeed, if you find him not this month, you shall nose him as you go up the stairs into the lobby.
Go seek him there.
He will stay till you come.
Hamlet, This deed of thine for thine especial safety, which we do tender as we dearly grieve for that which thou hast done, must send thee hence with fiery quickness. Therefore prepare thyself, the bark is ready and the wind at help. The associates tend, and everything is bent for England.
For England.
Aye, Hamlet.
Good.
So is it, if thou knewest our purposes.
I see a cherub that sees him. But come, for England, farewell, dear mother.
Thy loving father, Hamlet.
My mother? Father and mother is man and wife. Man and wife is one flesh, and so my mother. Come, for England.
Exit.
Follow him at foot. Tempt him with speed aboard. Delay it not. I'll have him hence tonight. Away, for everything is sealed and done that else leans on their fare. Pray you make haste. And England, if my love thou hold'st at aught, as my great power thereof may give thee sense, since yet thy cicatrice looks raw and red after the Danish sword, and thy free oar pays homage to us, thou mayst not coldly set our sovereign process, which imports at full by letters conjuring to that effect the present death of Hamlet. Do it, England, for like the hectic in my blood he rages, and thou must cure me. Till I know 'tis done, howe'er my haps, my joys were ne'er begun.
Exit. Enter Fortinbras with an army. Paging Fortinbras.
Eleanor, it's you now.
Yes. Go, Captain. From me, greet the Danish king. Tell him that by his license, Fortinbras claims the conveyance of a promised march over his kingdom. You know the rendezvous, that if his majesty would aught with us, we shall expose our duty in his eye, and let him know so.
I will do it, my good lord.
Go safely on.
Exit. Enter Queen and Horatio.
Oh, I will not speak with her.
She is importunate, indeed, distract. Her mood needs to be pitied.
What would she have?
She speaks much of her father, says she hears there's tricks in the world, in him, and beats her heart. Spurns enviously at straws, speaks things in doubt that carry but half sense. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it and botch the words up fit to their own thoughts, which, as her winks and nods and gestures yield them, indeed would make one think there would be thought, though nothing sure, yet much unhappily.
For good she was spoken with, for she may strew dangerous conjectures in ill-breeding minds. Let her come in. To my sick soul, as sin's true nature is, each toy seems prologue to some greater miss. So full of artless jealousy is guilt, it spills itself, in fearing to be spilt.
Enter Ophelia, distracted.
Where is the beauteous majesty of Denmark?
How now, Ophelia?
How should I your true love know from another one? By his cockle hat and staff, and his sandal shoon.
Sweet lady, what imports this song?
Say you? Nay, pray you mark. He is dead and gone, lady, he is dead and gone. At his head a grass-green turf, at his heels a stone.
Enter King.
Nay, but Ophelia.
Mark, white his shroud as the mountain snow. Larded with sweet flowers, which be wept to the grave, did not go with true love showers.
How do ye, pretty lady?
Well, God will do. They say the owl was the baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but not what we may be. God be at your table.
Seat upon her father.
Pray you, let's have no words of this. But when they ask you what it means, say you this. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day. All in the morning betime, and I am made at your window to be your Valentine. Then up he rose and donned his clothes and duped the chamber door. Let in the maid that out a maid never departed more.
Pretty Ophelia.
Indeed, without an oath, I'll make an end on it. By Jis and by Saint Charity, alack and fie for shame, young men will do it if they come to it. By cock they are to blame. Quoth she, before you tumbled me, you promised me to wed. So would I had done by yonder sun, and thou hast not come to my bed.
How long hath she been this?
Oh, I hope all will be well. You must be patient, but I cannot choose but weep to think they should lay him in the cold ground. Oh, my brother shall know of it. And so I thank you for your good counsel. Come, my coach. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Exit.
Follow her close, give her good watch, I pray you. Oh, this is the poison of deep grief. It springs all from her father's death. Oh, Gertrude, Gertrude, when sorrows come, they come not single spies, but in battalions. First your father slain, next your son gone, and he most violent author of his own just remove. The people muddied, thick and unwholesome in their thoughts and whispers for good Polonius' death, and we have done but greenly in hugger-mugger to inter him. Poor Ophelia, divided from herself in a fair judgment, without the which we are pictures or mere beasts. Last, and as much containing as all these, her brother is in secret come from France, keeps on his wonder, keeps himself in clouds, and wants not buzzers to infect his ear with pestilent speeches of his father's death, wherein necessity of matter beggared, will nothing stick our persons to arraign in ear and ear. Oh, my dear Gertrude, this like to a murdering piece in many places gives me superfluous death.
A noise within. Enter a messenger.
What noise is this?
Where are my Switzers? Let them guard the door. What is the matter?
Save yourself, my lord. The ocean, overpeering of his list, eats not the flats with more impiteous haste than young Laertes in a riotous head o'erbears your officers. The rabble call him lord, and as the world were now but to begin, antiquity forgot, custom not known, the ratifiers and props of every word, they cry, choose we, Laertes shall be king. Caps, hands, and tongues applauded to the clouds, Laertes shall be king, Laertes king.
How cheerfully on the false trail they cry, oh, this is counter, you false Danish dogs.
Noise within. Enter Laertes.
The doors are broke.
Where is the king? Sirs, stand you all without.
No, let's come in.
I pray you give me leave.
We will, we will.
I thank you. Keep the door. Oh, thou vile king, give me my father.
Humbly good Laertes.
That drop of blood that calms proclaims me bastard, cries cuckold to my father, brands the harlot even here between the chaste, unsmirched brow of my true mother.
What is the cause, Laertes, that thy rebellion looks so giant-like? Let him go, Gertrude, do not fear our person. There such divinity doth hedge a king, that treason can but peep to what it would, acts little of his will. Tell me, Laertes, why thou art thus incensed. Let him go, Gertrude. Speak, man.
Where's my father?
Dead.
But not
Dead.
by him.
Let him demand his fill.
How came he dead? I'll not be juggled with. To hell, allegiance, vows to the blackest devil, conscience and grace to the profoundest pit. I dare damnation. To this point I stand, that both the worlds I give to negligence, let come what comes. Only I'll be revenged most thoroughly for my father.
Who shall stay you?
My will, not all the world. And for my means, I'll husband them so well they shall go far with little.
Good Laertes, if you desire to know the certainty of your dear father's death, if written your revenge that soup stake you will draw both friend and foe, winner and loser?
None but his enemies.
Will you know them then?
To his good friends, thus wide I'll ope my arms, and like the kind, life-rendering politician, repass them with my blood.
Why, now you speak like a good child and a true gentleman. But I am guiltless of your father's death, and am most sensible in grief for it. It shall as level to your judgment pierce as day does to your eye.
A noise within. Let her come in. Enter Ophelia.
How? Now what noise is that? Oh, heat dry up my brains. Tears, 7 times salt, burn out the sense and virtue of mine eye. By heaven, thy madness shall be paid by weight, till our scale turns the beam. Oh, rose of May, dear maid, kind sister, sweet Ophelia. Oh, heavens, is't possible a young maid's wits should be as mortal as an old man's life? Nature is fine in love, and where 'tis fine, it sends some precious instance of itself after the thing it loves.
They bore him barefaced on the bier. Hey, nanny, nanny, hey, nanny. And on his grave rains many a tear. Fare you well, my love.
Hadst thou thy wits, and didst persuade revenge, it could not move thus.
You must sing down and down, and you call him down a down. Oh, be quiet. It is the false steward that stole his master's daughter.
This nothing's more than matter.
Here's rosemary. That's for remembrance. Pray, love, remember. And there is paconcies that's for thoughts.
A document in madness, thoughts and remembrance fitted.
Oh, there's fennel for you and columbines. There's roe for you, and here's some for me. We may call it herb grace a Sundays. Oh, you must know your river with a difference. There's a daisy. I would give you some violets, but they withered all when my father died. They say he made a good end. For bonny sweet Robin is all my joy.
Thought and affliction, passion, hell itself. She turns to favor and to prettiness.
No, no, he is dead. Go to thy deathbed. He will never come again. His beard is white as snow. All flaxen was his poll. He is gone, he is gone. And we cast away moan, gramercies on his soul. Oh, and of all Christian souls, I pray God. God, bye.
Exeunt Ophelia.
Do you see this, you gods?
Laertes, I must come in with your grief, for you deny me right. Go but apart, make choice of whom your wisest friends you will, and they shall hear and judge twixt you and me. If by direct or by collateral hand they find us touched, we will our kingdom give, our crown, our life, and all that we call ours to you in satisfaction. But if not, be you content to lend your patience to us, and we shall jointly labor with your soul to give it due content.
Let this be so. His means of death, his obscure burial, no trophy, sword, nor hatchment o'er his bones, no noble rite, no formal ostentation, cry to be heard, as 'twere from heaven to earth, that I must call in question.
So you shall, and where the offense is, let the great axe fall. I pray you go with me.
Exeunt. Enter Horatio with an attendant.
What are they that would speak with me?
Sailor, sir, they say they have letters for you.
Let them come in. I do not know from what part of the world I should be greeted, if not from Lord Hamlet.
God bless you, sir.
Let him bless thee too.
He shall, sir, and it please him. There's a letter for you, sir, comes from the ambassadors that was bound for England. If your name be Horatio, as I am let to know it is.
Do I read that or you?
I think it makes more sense for you to read it.
Horatio, when thou shalt have overlooked this, give these fellows some means to the king. They have letters for him. Ere we were 2 days old at sea, a pirate of very warlike appointment gave us chase. Finding ourselves too slow of sail, we put on a compelled valor. In the grapple, I boarded them. On the instant, they got clear of our ship, so I alone became their prisoner. They have dealt with me like thieves of mercy, but they knew what they did. I am to do a good turn for them. Let the king have the letters I have sent, and repair thou to me with as much haste as thou wouldst fly deaf. I have words to speak in your ears, will make thee dumb, yet are they much too light for the hour of the matter. These good fellows will bring thee where I am. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern hold their course for England. Of them I have much to tell thee. Farewell. He that thou knowest thine, Hamlet. Come, I will give you way for these letters, and do the speedier, that you may direct me to him from him you brought them.
Exit. Enter King and Laertes.
Now must your conscience my acquittance seal, and you must put me in your heart for friends, sith you have heard, and with a knowing ear, that he which hath your noble father slain pursued my life.
It well appears. But tell me why you proceeded not against these feats so crimeful and so capital in nature, as by your safety, wisdom, all things else, you mainly were stirred up.
Oh, for two special reasons, which may to you perhaps seem much unsinnowed, and yet to me they are strong. The queen his mother lives almost by his looks, and for myself my virtue or my plea, either which she is so conjuncted to my life and soul, that as the star moves not but in his sphere, the other motive, why to a public account I might not go, is the great love the general gender bear him, who dipping all his faults in their affection, would like the spring that turneth wood to stone convert his gyves to graces, so that my arrows, too slightly timbered for so loud a wind, would have reverted to my bow again, and not where I'd armed them.
And so have I lost a noble father, so I have a noble father lost, a sister driven into desperate terms, who was, if praises may go back again, stood challenger on mount of all the age for her perfections. But my revenge will come.
Break not your sleeps for that. You must not think that we are made of stuff so flat and dull that we can let our beard be shook with danger and think it pastime. You shortly shall hear more. I loved your father, and we love ourself, and that I hope will teach you to imagine.
Enter a messenger.
How now, what news?
Letters, my lord, from Hamlet. This to your majesty, this to the queen.
From Hamlet? Who brought them?
Sailors, my lord, they say. I saw them not. They were given me by Claudio, who received them.
Laertes, you shall hear them. Leave us.
Exit messenger.
High and mighty, you shall know I am set naked on your kingdom. Tomorrow shall I beg leave to see your kingly eyes, when I shall, first asking your pardon thereunto, recount the occasions of my sudden and more strange return, Hamlet. What should this mean? Are all the rest come back? Or is it some abuse, or no such thing?
Know you the hand?
'Tis Hamlet's character, naked, and in a postscript here he says alone. Can you advise me?
I'm lost in it, my lord, but let him come. It warms the very sickness in my heart that I shall live and tell him to his teeth, thus didst thou.
If it be so, Laertes, as how should it be so? How otherwise will you be ruled by me?
If so, you'll not o'errule me to a peace.
Thine own peace. If he be now returned, as checking at his voyage, and that he means no more to undertake it, I will work him to an exploit now, ripe in my device, under the which he shall not choose but fall. And for his death no wind of blame shall breathe, but even his mother shall uncharge the practice, and call it accident. Some 2 months since, here was a gentleman of Normandy, I've seen myself, and served against the French, and they ran well on horseback. But this gallant had witchcraft in't. He grew into his seat, and to such wondrous doing brought his horse, as had he been encorpsed and demi-natured with the brave beast. So far he passed my thought that I in forgery of shapes and tricks came short of what he did.
A Norman was't?
A Norman.
Upon my life, Lamont.
The very same.
I know him well. He is the brooch indeed and gem of all our nation.
He made confession of you, and gave you such a masterly report for art and exercise in your defense, and for your rapier most especially, that he cried out would be a sight indeed if one could match you, sir. This report of his did Hamlet so envenom with his envy, that he could nothing do but wish and beg your sudden coming o'er to play with him. Now, out of this.
Why out of this, my lord?
Laertes, was your father dear to you? Or are you like the painting of a sorrow, a face without a heart?
Why ask you this?
Not that I think you did not love your father, but that I know love is begun by time, and that I see in passages of proof time qualifies the spark and fire of it. Hamlet comes back. What would you undertake to show yourself your father's son in deed, more than in words?
To cut his throat in the church.
No place indeed should murder sanctuarize. Revenge should have no bounds. But good Laertes, will you do this? Keep close within your chamber. Hamlet returned shall know you are come home. We'll put on those shall praise your excellence and set a double varnish on the fame the Frenchman gave you. Bring you and find together and wager on your heads. He, being remiss, most generous, and free from all contriving, will not peruse the foils, so that with ease or with a little shuffling you may choose a sword unbaited, and in a pass of practice requite him for your father.
I will do it. And for that purpose, I'll anoint my sword. I brought an unction, bought an unction of a mountebank so mortal, I but dipped a knife in it. Where it draws blood, no cataplasm so rare, collected from all simples that have virtue under the moon, can save the thing from death. That is but scratched withal. I'll touch my point with this contagion, that if I gall him slightly, it may be death.
Let's further think of this. Weigh what convenience, both of time and means, may fit us to our shape. If this should fail, and that our drift look through our bad performance to a better not assayed, therefore this project should have a back or second that might hold, if this should blast in proof. Soft, let me see. We'll make a solemn wager on your comings. I hat. When in your motion you are hot and dry, as make your bouts more violent to the end, and that he calls for drink. I'll have prepared him a chalice for the nonce, whereon but sipping, if he by chance escape your venomed stock, our purpose may hold there. How, sweet queen?
Enter Queen.
What page I look like lost? Oh, here. One woe does tread upon another's heels. So fast they follow. Your sister's drowned, Laertes.
Drowned? Oh, where?
There is a willow grows aslant a brook that shows his whole leaves in the glass stream. There with fantastic garlands did she come, of crow flowers, nettles, daisies, and long purples, that liberal shepherds give a grosser name, but our cold maids do dead man's fig call them. There on the pendant boughs her carnate wit clamoring to hang an envious liver broke, and down the witty trophies and herself the weeping brook. Her clothes spread wide and mermaid-like while they bore her up, which time she chanted snatches of old tunes, as when incapable of her own distress, like a creature native and doomed unto that end. But long it could not be to that her garments, heavy with her drink, pulled the poor wretch from her melodious lay to muddy death. Drowned.
Alas, then is she drowned.
Drowned.
Too much of water hast thou, poor Ophelia, and therefore I forbid my tears. But yet it is our trick. Nature her custom holds. Let shame say what it will. When these are gone, the woman will be out. Adieu, my lord. I have a speech of fire that fain would blaze, but that this folly doubts it.
Exit.
Let's follow Gertrude. How much I had to do to calm his rage. Now fear I this will give it start again. Therefore let's follow.
Exeunt. Enter two clowns.
Is she to be buried in Christian burial that willfully seeks her own salvation?
I tell thee she is, and ever make her grave straight. The crowner has sat on her and finds it Christian burial.
How can that be, unless she drowned herself in her own defense?
Why, 'tis found so.
It must be self-indendo. It cannot be else. For here lies the point. If I drown myself wittingly, it argues an act. And an act hath three branches, is an act to do and to perform. Argal, she drowned herself wittingly.
Nay, but hear you, Goodman Delver.
Give me leave. Here lies the water. Good. Here stands the man. Good. If the man go to this water and drown himself, it is willy-nilly he goes. Mark you that? But if the water come to him and drowns him, he drowns not himself. Argal, he that is not guilty of his own death, shortens not his own life.
But is this the law?
I marriest Crowner's quest law.
We had the truth on't. If this had not been a gentlewoman, she should have been buried out a Christian burial.
Why, there thou sayest. And the more pity that great folk should have countenance in this world to drown or hang themselves, more than they're even Christian. Come, my spade, there is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and gravemakers. They hold up Adam's profession.
Was he a gentleman?
He was the first that ever bore arms.
Why, he had none.
What? Art thou a heathen? How dost thou understand the scripture? The scripture says Adam digged. Could he dig without arms? I'll put another question to thee. If thou answerest me not to the purpose, confess thyself.
Go to.
What is he that builds stronger than either the mason, the shipwright, or the carpenter?
The gallows maker, for that frame outlives 1,000 tenants.
I like thy wit well, in good faith. The gallows does well, but how does it well? It does well to those that do ill. Now thou dost ill to say the gallows is built stronger than the church. Argal, the gallows may do well to thee. To it again, come.
Who builds stronger than a mason, a shipwright, or a carpenter?
I tell me that, and unyoke.
Marry, now I can tell.
To it.
Mass, I cannot tell.
Cudgel thy brains no more about it, for thy dull ass will not mend it his pace with beating. And when you are asked this question next, say a grave maker, the houses that he makes last till doomsday. Go, get ye to Yoggen, fetch me a stoup of liquor. In youth when I did love, me thought it was very sweet to contract the time for my be of. Oh, me thought there was nothing meet.
Has this fellow no feeling of his business that he sings at grave making?
Custom hath made it in him a property of easiness.
'Tis e'en so. The hand of little employment hath the daintier sense.
But with his stealing steps hath caught me in his clutch, and hath shipped me into the land as if I had never been such.
That skull had a tongue in it, and could sing once. How the knave jowls it to the ground as if it were Cain's jawbone that did the first murder. It might be the pate of a politician, which the ass o'er offices. One that could circumvent God, might it not?
It might, my lord.
Or of a courtier, which could say, Good morrow, sweet lord. How dost thou, good lord? This might be my lord such a one, that praised my lord such a one's horse when he meant to beg it, might it not?
Aye, my lord.
Why, e'en so. And now my lady Worms, chapless, and knocked about the mast with a sexton's spade. Here's fine revolution, if we had the trick to see it. Did these bones cost no more the breeding to play at loggets with them? Mine ache to think on it.
A pickaxe and a spade, four and a shrouding sheet. A pit of clay for to be made, for such a guest is meet.
Ah, there's another. Why not that be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quiddits now? His quillets, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer this rude knave now to knock him about the sconce with a dirty shovel, and will not tell him of his action of battery, This fellow might be in his time a great buyer of land, with his statutes, his recognizances, his fines, his double vouchers, his recoveries. Is this the fine of his fines, and the recovery of his recoveries, to have his fine pate full of fine dirt? Will his vouchers vouch him no more of his purchases, and double ones too, than the length and breadth of a pair of indentures? The very conveyance of his lands will hardly lie in this box. And must the inheritor himself have no more,
Not a more, not a jot more, my lord.
Is not parchment made of sheepskins?
Aye, my lord. And of calfskins, too.
They are sheep and calves that seek out assurance in that. I will speak to this fellow. Whose grave's this, sir?
Yeah, you lie out on it, sir, and therefore it is not yours. For my part, I do not lie in it, and yet it is mine.
Thou dost lie in it. To be in it and say 'tis thine, 'tis for the dead, not for the quick. Therefore thou liest.
'Tis a quick lie, sir, 'twill away again from me to you.
What man dost thou dig it for?
For no man, sir.
What woman then?
For none neither.
Who is to be buried in it?
One that was a woman, sir. But rest her soul, she's dead.
How absolute the knave is. We must speak by the card, or equivocation will undo us. By the Lord, Horatio, these 3 years I've taken note of it, the age has grown so picked that the toe of the peasant comes so near the heels of our courtier, he galls his kibe. How long hast thou been a grave maker?
Of all the days in the year, I came to it that day that our last King Hamlet o'ercame Fortinbras.
How long is that since?
Cannot you tell that? Every fool can tell that. It was the very day that young Hamlet was born, he that was mad and sent into England.
Ay, marry, why was he sent into England?
Why, because he was mad. He shall recover his wits there, or if he do not, it's no great matter there.
Why?
'Twill not be seen in him. There the men are as mad as he.
How came he mad?
Very strangely, they say.
How strangely?
Faith, in with losing his wits.
Upon what ground?
Why, here in Denmark. I have been 16 here, man and boy, 30 years.
How long will a man lie on the earth ere he rot?
Faith, if he be not rotten before he die, as we have many pocky courses nowadays that will scarce hold the laying in, he will last you some 8 year or 9 year. A tanner will last you 9 year.
Why he more than another?
Why, sir, his hide is so tanned with his trade that he will keep out water a great while, and your water is a sore decayer of your horse and dead body. Here's a skull now. This skull. The same skull, sir, was Yorick's skull, the King Jester's.
This?
In that.
Let me see. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his back 1,000 times, and how abhorred my imagination is. My gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now? Your gambols, your songs, your flashes of merriment that were wont to set the table on a roar? No one now to mock your own jeering, quite chop-fallen. Now, get you to my lady's chamber and tell her, let her paint an inch thick to this favor she must come. Make her laugh at that. Prithee, Horatio, tell me one thing.
What's that, my lord?
Dost thou think Alexander looked of this fashion in the earth?
E'en so.
And smelt so? Ah.
E'en so, my lord.
To what base uses we may return, Horatio? Why may not imagination trace the noble dust of Alexander till he find it stopping up a bunghole?
Were to consider, to curiously to consider, so.
No, faith, not a jot. But to follow him thither with modesty enough, and likelihood to lead it, as thus. Alexander died, Alexander was buried, Alexander returneth into dust. The dust is earth, of earth we make loam, and why of that loam whereto he was converted might they not stop up a beer barrel? Imperial Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. Oh, that the earth which kept the world in awe should patch a wall to expel the winter's flaw. But soft, aside. Here comes the king.
Enter King, Queen, Laertes, and the coffin with lords attendant.
The queen, courtiers. Who is that they follow, and with such maimed rites? This doth betoken the course they followed with desperate hand for do it own life. 'Twas some estate. Couch we a while and mark.
What ceremony else?
This is Laertes, a very noble youth. Mark.
What ceremony else?
Her obsequies have been as far enlarged as we have warrants. Her death was doubtful, and but that great command or sways the order, she should be in ground unsanctified have lodged to the last trumpet. For charitable prayer, shards, flints, and pebbles should be thrown on her. Yet here she has allowed her virgin rites, her maiden struments, and the bringing home of bell and burial.
Must there be no more done?
No more be done. We should profane the service of the dead to sing sage requiem and such rest to her as to peace-parted souls.
Lay her in the earth, and from her fair and unpolluted fresh-made violets spring. I tell thee, churlish priest, a ministering angel shall my sister be when thou liest howling.
The fair Ophelia.
Sweets to the sweets, farewell. I hope thou should have been my Hamlet's wife. I thought thy bride bed to have decked, sweet maid, and not to have strewn thy grave.
Oh, terrible wooer, fall 10 times treble on that cursed head, whose wicked deed thy most ingenious sense deprived thee of. Hold off the earth a while till I've caught her once more in mine arms.
Leaps in the grave.
Ah! Now pile your dust down upon the quick and the dead, till of this flat a mountain you have made, to o'ertop old Pelion or the skyish head of blue Olympus.
What is he whose griefs bears such an emphasis? Whose phrase of sorrow conjure the wandering stars and make them stand like wonder-wounded hearers? This is I, Hamlet the Dane.
The devil take thy soul!
Thou praisest not well. I prithee, take thy fingers from my throat. Though I am not spleenative and rash, yet have I something in me dangerous, which let thy wide spear away thy hand.
Pluck them asunder.
Hamlet, Hamlet!
My lord, be quiet.
Why, I will fight with him upon this theme, until my eyelids are no longer wag.
Oh, my son, what theme?
I loved Ophelia. 40,000 brothers could not, with all their quantity of love, make up my sum. What wilt thou do for her?
Oh, he is mad, Laertes.
Oh, for love of God, they bear.
Come, show me what thou do. Would weep? Would fight? Would tear thyself? Would drink up Isel, eat a crocodile? I'll do it. Dost thou come here to whine, to outface me with leaping in her grave? Be buried quick with her, and so will I. And if thou prate of mountains, let them throw millions of acres on us, till our ground, singeing his pate against the burning zone, make Ossa like a wart. Nay, and thou'lt mouth, I'll rant as well as thou.
This is mere madness, and thus a while the fit will work on him. Anon as patient as the female dove, when that her golden couplet are disclosed, his silence will sit drooping.
Hear me, sir. What is the reason that you use me thus? I loved you ever. But it is no matter. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew and dog will have his day.
I pray you, good Horatio, wait upon him. Strengthen your patience, and our last night's speech will put the matter to the present push. Good Gertrude, set some watch over your son. This grave shall have a living monument. An hour of quiet shortly shall we see. Till then, in patience our proceeding be.
Exeunt. Enter Hamlet and Horatio.
So much for this, sir. Now, let me see the other. You do remember all the circumstance?
Remember it, my lord.
Sir, in my heart, there was a kind of fighting that would not let me sleep. Methought I lay worse than the mutants in the bilboes. Rashly, and praise be rashness for it. Let us know, our indiscretion sometimes serves us well when our dear plots do pall, and that should teach us there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will.
That is most certain.
Up from my cabin, my sea gown scoffed about me in the dark, groped I out them, had my desire fingered their pact, and in fine withdrew to my own room again, making so bold, my fears forgetting manners, to unseal their grand commission, where I found Horatio, a royal knavery, an exact command, lauded with many several sorts of reason, importing Denmark's health and England's too, with who such bugs and goblins in my life, that on the supervise, no leisure bated, no, not to stay the grinding of the axe, my head should be struck off.
Is possible.
Here's the commission. Read it at more leisure. But wilt thou hear me how I did proceed?
I beseech you.
Being thus benetted round with villains, ere I could make a prologue to my brains, they had begun the play. I sat me down, devised a new commission, wrote it fair. I once did hold it as our statists do, a baseness to write fair, and labored much how to forget that learning. But, sir, now it did me yeoman service. Wilt thou know the effects of what I wrote?
Aye, good, my lord.
An earnest conjuration from the king, as England was his faithful tributary, as love between them, as the palm should flourish, as peace should still her wheaten garland wear, and stand a comma tween their amities, and many such like ases of great charge, that on the view and know of these contents, without debatement further, more or less, he should the bearers put to sudden death, not shriving time allowed.
How was this sealed?
Why, even in that was heaven ordinate. I had my father's signet in my purse, which was the model of that Danish seal, folded the writ up in form of the other, subscribed it, gave the impression, and placed it safely. The changeling never known. Now the next day was our sea fight, and what to this was sement, thou knowest already.
So Guildenstern and Rosencrantz. Go to't.
Why, man, they did make love to this employment. They are not near my conscience. Their debate doth by their own insinuation grow. 'Tis dangerous when the baser nature comes between the pass and fell insensate points of mighty opposites.
Why? What a king this?
Does it not, thinkest thee, stand me now upon? He hath killed my king and whored my mother, hopped in between the election and my hopes, thrown out his angle for my proper life, and with such cozenage. Is it not perfect conscience to quit him with this arm? And is it not to be damned to let this canker of our nature come in further evil?
It must be shortly known to him from England. What is the issue of the business there?
It will be short. The interim's mine, and a man's life's no more than to say one. But I am very sorry, good Horatio, that to Laertes I forgot myself. For by the image of my cause, I see the portraiture of his. I'll court his favors. But sure the bravery of his grief did put me into a towering passion.
Peace. Who comes here?
To young Osric.
Your lordship is right welcome back to Denmark.
I humbly thank you, sir. Do you know this waterfly?
No, my good lord.
Thy state is the more gracious, for 'tis a vice to know him. He hath much land and fertile. Let a beast be lord of beasts, and his crib shall stand at the king's mess. 'Tis a choff, but as I say, spacious in the possession of dirt.
Sweet lord, if your friendship were at leisure, I should impart a thing to you from his majesty.
I will receive it with all diligence of spirit. Put your bonnet to his right use. 'Tis for the head.
I thank your lordship. 'Tis very hot.
No, believe me, 'tis very cold. The wind is northerly.
It is indifferent cold, my lord, indeed.
Methinks it is very sultry and hot for my complexion.
Exceedingly, my lord. It is very sultry, as 'twere I cannot tell how. But, my lord, your majesty bade me signify to you that he has laid a great wager on your head. Sir, this is the matter.
I beseech you, remember.
Oh, nay, in good faith. For mine ease, in good faith. Sir, you are not ignorant of what excellence Laertes is at his weapon?
What's his weapon?
Rapier and dagger.
That's two of his weapons, but well.
The Sir King has waged with him 6 Barbary horses, against the which he imponed, as I take it, 6 French rapiers and poignards, with their assigns as girdle. Hangers or so. 3 of the carriages, in faith, are very dear to fancy, very responsive to the hilts, most delicate carriages, and of very liberal conceit.
What call you the carriages?
Well, the carriages, sir, are the hangers.
The phrase would be more germane to the matter if we could carry cannon by our sides. I would it might be hangers till then. But on 6 Barbary horses against 6 French swords, there are signs, and 3 liberal conceited carriages. That's the French bet against the Danish. Why is this imponed, as you call it?
Oh, the king, sir, hath laid that in a dozen passes between you and him, he shall not exceed you 3 hits. He hath won 12 for mine, and that would come to immediate trial if your lordship would vouchsafe the answer.
How if I answer no?
I mean, my lord, the opposition of your person in trial.
Sir, I walk here in the hall. If it please his majesty, 'tis the breathing time of day with me. Let the foils be brought, the gentleman willing, and the king hold his purpose. I will win for him if I can. If not, I'll gain nothing but my shame and the odd hits.
Shall I redeliver you in so?
To this effect, sir, Afterward flourish your nature will.
I commend my duty to your lordship.
Yours, yours. He does well to commend it himself. There are no tongues else for his tongue.
This lapwing runs away with a shell on his head.
He did comply with his dug before he sucked it. Thus had he, and many more of the same bevy that I know the drossy age dotes on, only got the tune of the time, an outward habit of encounter, a kind of yesty collection, which carries them through and through the most fond and winnowed opinions, and do but blow them to their trials, the bubbles are out.
You will lose this wager, my lord.
I do not think so. Since he went into France, I have been in continual practice. I shall win at the odds. But thou wouldst not think how ill all's here about my heart. But it is no matter.
Name, good my lord.
It is but foolery, but it is such a kind of gain-giving as would perhaps trouble a woman.
If your mind dislike anything, obey. I will forestall their repair hither, and say you are not fit.
Not a whit. We defy augury. There's a special providence in the fall of a sparrow. If it be now, 'tis not to come. If it be not to come, it will be now. If it be not now, yet it will come. The readiness is all. Since no man has aught of what he leaves, what is it to leave betimes?
Enter king, queen, laertes, and lords, with other attendants, with foils and gauntlets, a table, and flagons of wine on it.
Come, Hamlet, come, and take this hand from me.
Give me your pardon, sir. I've done you wrong. But pardon it as you are a gentleman. This presence knows, and you must needs have heard, how I am punished with sore distraction. What I have done that might your nature, honor, and exception roughly awake, I here proclaim was madness. Was it Hamlet wronged Laertes? Never Hamlet. If Hamlet from himself be ta'en away, and when he's not himself does wrong Laertes, then Hamlet does it not. Hamlet denies it. Who does it then? His madness. If it be so, Hamlet is of the faction that is wronged. His madness is poor Hamlet's enemy. Sir, in this audience, let my disclaiming from a purposed evil free me so far in your most generous thoughts that I have shot mine arrow o'er the house and hurt my mother.
I am satisfied in nature, whose motive in this case should stir me most to my revenge. But in my terms of honor, I stand aloof, and will no reconcilement, till by some elder masters of known honor, I have a voice and precedent of peace to keep my name ungorged. But till that time, I do receive your offered love like love, and will not wrong it.
I do embrace it freely, and will this brother's wager frankly play. Give us the foils, come on.
Come on for me.
I'll be your foil, Laertes. In mine ignorance, your skill shall like a star in the darkest night strike fiery off indeed.
You mock me, sir.
No, by this hand.
Give them the foils, young Osric. Cousin Hamlet, you know the wager.
Very well, my lord. Your grace hath laid the odds on the weaker side.
I do not fear it, I have seen you both. But since he is bettered, we have therefore odds.
This is too heavy. Let me see another.
This likes me well. These foils have all the length.
Aye, my good lord.
Set me the stoups of wine upon that table. If Hamlet give the first or second hit, or quit in answer of the third exchange, let all the battlements their ordnance fire. The king shall drink to Hamlet's better breath, and in the cup an union shall he throw richer than that which 4 successive kings in Denmark's crown have worn. Give me the cups. And let the kettle to the trumpet speak, the trumpet to the cannoneer without, The cannons to the heavens, the heaven to earth. Now the king drinks to Hamlet. Come begin, and you, the judges, bear a wary eye.
Come on, sir.
Come on, sir.
They play.
One.
No.
Judgment.
A hit, a very palpable hit.
Well, again.
Stay, give me drink. Hamlet, this pearl is thine. Here's to thy health. Give him the cup.
Trumpet sound and shot goes off.
I'll play this bout first, set by a while. Come. Another hit, what say you?
A touch, I do confess.
Our son shall win.
Fat and scant of breath. Oh, here's a napkin, rub thy brows. The queen carouses to thy fortune, Hamlet.
Good madam.
Gertrude, do not drink.
I will, my lord. I pray you pardon me.
It is the poisoned cup. It is too late.
I dare not drink yet, madam. By and by.
Come, let me wipe thy face.
My lord, I'll hit him now.
I do not think't.
And it is almost against my conscience.
Come, for the third. Laertes, you but dally. I pray you pass with your best violence. I am afeard that you make a wanton of me.
Ha ha, say you so. Come on.
Nothing, neither way.
Have at you now.
In scuffling, they change rapiers.
Artham, they are incensed.
Nay, come again.
Look to the queen there, ho!
The drink, oh my dear Hamlet, the drink. I am poisoned.
Wait a minute.
They bleed on both sides. How is it, my lord?
How is Laertes?
Why, has a woodcock to mine stringe. Osric, I am justly killed with mine own treachery.
How does the queen?
She soons to see them bleed. No, the drink.
Oh, the drink. Oh, my dear Hamlet, the drink. I am poisoned.
Oh, villainy. How? Let the door be locked. Treachery, seek it out.
It is here, Hamlet. Hamlet, thou art slain. No medicine in the world can do thee good. In thee there is not half an hour of life. The treacherous instrument is in thy hand, unbaited and envenomed. The foul practice hath turned itself on me. Lo, here I lie, never to rise again. Thy mother is poisoned. I can no more. The king's to blame.
Point in venom too. Then venom to thy war.
Treason!
Treason!
Oh, yet defend me, friends. I am but hurt.
Here, thou incestuous, murderous, damned king! This potion is the union here. Follow my mother.
King.
He is justly served. It is a poison tempered by himself. Exchange forgiveness with me, noble Hamlet. Mine and my father's death come not upon thee, nor thine on me.
Dies.
Heaven make thee free of it. I follow thee. Ah, I am dead, Horatio. Wretched queen, Adieu. You that look pale and tremble at this chance, that are but mutes or audience to this act. Had I but time, as this fell Sergeant Death is strict in his arrest, oh, I could tell you. But let it be. Horatio, I am dead. Thou livest. Report me, and my cause is right to the unsatisfied.
Never believe it. I am more an antique Roman than a Dane. Is yet some liquor left.
As thou art a man, give me that. Let go. By heaven, I'll have it. Oh, good Horatio. What a wounded name. Things standing thus unknown shall live behind me. If thou didst ever hold me in thy heart, absent thee from felicity a while, and in this harsh world draw thy breath in pain to tell my story.
March afar off and shout within.
What warlike noise is this?
Young Fortinbras with conquest come from Poland to the ambassadors of England gives his warlike volley.
Oh, I die, Horatio. The potent poison quite o'ercrows my spirit. I cannot live to hear the news from England, but I do prophesy the election lights on Fortinbras. He has my dying voice. So tell him with the occurrence, more and less, which have solicited. The rest is silence. Oh.
Now crack a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince. And flights of angels sing thee to thy rest.
What?
Why does the drum come hither?
Enter Fortinbras, an English ambassador with drum, colors, and attendants.
Where is the sight?
What is it ye would see? If aught of woe or wonder, cease your search.
His quarry cries on havoc. O proud death, what feast is toward in thine internal cell, that thou so many princes at a shoot so bloodily hast struck?
The sight is dismal, and our affairs from England come too late. The ears are senseless that should give us hearing to tell him his commandment is fulfilled, that Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. Where should we have our thanks?
Not from his mouth. Had it the ability of life to thank you, he never gave commandment for the deaf. But since so jump upon this bloody question, you from the Polack wars, and you from England are here arrived. Give order that these bodies, high on a stage, be placed to the view, and let me speak to the yet unknowing world of how these things came about. So shall you hear a carnal, bloody, and unnatural acts of accidental judgments, casual slaughters, of deaths put on by cunning and forced cause. And in this upshot, purposes this stoke fallen on the inventors' heads. All this can I truly deliver.
Let us haste to hear it, and call the noblest to the audience. For me, with sorrow, I embrace my fortune. I have some rights of memory in this kingdom, which are to claim my vantage doth invite me.
Of that, I shall have always cause to speak, and from his mouth, whose voice will draw on more. But let the same be presently performed, even whiles men's minds are wild, lest more mischance on plots and errors happen.
Let 4 captains bear Hamlet like a soldier to the stage, for he was likely, had he been put on, to have proved most royally. And for his passage, the soldier's music and the rites of war speak loudly for him. Take up the body. Such a sight as this becomes the field, but here shows much amiss. Go, bid the soldier shoot.
Exeunt marching, after the which a peal of ordnance are shot off. And that's the play. Well done, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Andrew, excellent work. Great work, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great. And Angus, I think when we did in the very first season, I believe you played Polonius when we did them at
Right. Oh, gosh.
You were excellent, Angus.
What was that, 25, 26 years ago?
25 years ago. Well, actually 25 years ago. It was in 2000, but that was our first season in a 0 year. So we're in our 25th season in the 20.
Angus is always excellent. That's his thing. That's
Yeah.
Years ago.
Yeah.
Too kind. Yeah.
Everybody was great. Thank you so much.
Great fun.
I jumped my death too quick. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You got to die again.
You died before you got to your last line.
Yeah, I know my thing slipped here.
You were like Bottom in A Midsummer Night's Dream. He just wanted to keep dying over and over again.
Just really jazzed about dying.
It worked.
It slipped out. It slipped out. In my script slipped.
You're awesome, Jeff.
Yes.
Yeah, you were really good.
Yes.
Paul, is it one of the,
Well, we fixed it. That was good.
Paul, is it in one of the quarter versions that Polonius actually goes and negotiates with the Danish king?
I don't. What do you mean? Because where would that be? I mean, I know there's some changes, and what I think was Andrew, thank you so much for sticking to the folio, even when it's got some sort of obvious mistakes and things that we don't know as well, because most editions are based. I mean, this was just a little under 4 hours, but it's the Zoom adds time to it because of and such.
Yeah.
The director's cut.
Yeah.
Good.
4.5 hour Hamlet is that you take the folio and the good quarto and put them all together, and you end up with I mean, like, for one thing, this does not have Hamlet's soliloquy, how all occasions do inform against me and spur my dull revenge. Yeah. But it does have a lot of things, and also in the folio, but not in the quarto, is one of my favorite lines. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so.
Yeah, I was quoting that to somebody the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did change a couple words that didn't make sense. I looked at another edition and said, okay, I'm going to change that word. But also I found it interesting that I shot the arrow over the house and shot my mother and not my brother, because normally it's your brother that he shoots in that speech, right?
Yeah. No, it's in the quarto. And I mean, I think with some things in the quarto, actually, it sounds a little better. Like the go, you question with an idle tongue. No, you question with an idle tongue. You know, I think the quarto is more effective where it has wicked tongue, where it goes from idle to wicked. And so it is interesting. There are those variations, but it's like, make choices about them, or you just put them all together. And just to know that the editions that you've gotten are combined of different text.
Yeah, I read somewhere that we could actually know what version was actually finally done, because this went on tour, and there's no way they could do a play this long, because it would have got dark.
Yeah, well, that is one of the other sort of theories about the so-called bad quarto, is that it was a touring version, because the first quarto is half the length. The thing is that there's so many. I mean, the idea behind that is that most people think it was a memorial reconstruction from the actor who played Marcellus, because Marcellus's lines are perfect. But Hamlet's lines, to be or not to be, there's the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I like to do when if in the folio, like sometimes you just you have to consult, say, a modern edition, because like, what is that word or something? If it just absolutely makes no sense in the folio, I switch it to the edited word. But if it still makes, if it's they changed it in the modern edition, but it still sort of makes sense in the folio, I stick with that.
Yeah.
Only if it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I changed about 4 or 5 words that made no sense whatsoever. I couldn't understand.
If it sort of makes sense, I can make it work, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's at least 4 or 5 words that have no parallel in present day English. And we've now lost what they mean. We have to go back to
I ever studied with said to change those words to just make sense so you and the audience understand them.
Absolutely.
Alternatively, you just say them quickly and nobody notices.
You can do that too, but sometimes in order to be really clear, you do have to make a little sense of it from what I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things my wife was in an all-female production of Hamlet, where they were going mostly from the folio text, and but for King Hamlet, instead of he wore his beaver up, they changed it to he wore his visor up, which I think is a perfectly legitimate change to make for modern audiences, because it makes more sense. And
all female, they would laugh like crazy.
That's a slippery slope, though.
I mean, because now look at what they're doing to Roald Dahl. You know, the estate is going in and sort of rewriting and making it a little less nasty, which is I'm not so wild about that. I mean, because there's been plenty of that to Shakespeare over the years. You know, giving Romeo and Juliet and King Lear happy endings and such. But
I did like that Wonka movie though. That was cute. I liked it. It was cute. But yeah, there's always going to be the bastardization of the original stuff. You know, that's.
I mean, because you when you're doing it, convey it to the audience. Okay, well, we're still recording and live streaming. Does anybody else have any other thoughts they'd like to have? Again, great job, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just think, I think Hamlet is so popular because it's like the reality show of the Shakespeare plays. It's got like the people of like all kinds of incest, craziness, murderousness, and betrayal and everything and what have you. And the poor guy is suffering from anxiety, probably some sort of mental freaking disturbance. Freaking poor Horatio is trying to support him and everything and look after him.
Horatio is my rock. He was my rock.
And it's
like Horatio is sort of like a 16th century therapist.
He's like, okay, so that's your feeling. All right, we got you. You know, it's all right. You know,
And
because
he has to have a couple of
jumped off the, into the lake with Ophelia a long time ago. I think poor Ophelia got sucked into it as well. You know, she absorbed that crazy by osmosis. That's the poor girl.
And not only that, it's got advice to actors.
Yeah. He really goes in, and if there's obviously that phenomenon or fad was going on at the time where these children were taking over the theaters, and he spends so much time talking about this one isolated event that doesn't really mean much to us now. It's almost like, I don't know, they're just against this new trend because it wasn't what they were doing.
I didn't read that's historical fact, huh?
Yeah, I think that's based on the history that I guess at one point there were these all-boy acting troupes that were putting the other players out of business. And Shakespeare clearly wasn't happy about it because for some reason Hamlet talks about it at great length. The other thing I just wanted to say,
the children's theatres had taken over the indoor theatres. The Blackfriars Theatre, the only reason that they were able to take a lease on it for 20 years, just before the Tempest, was because King James banned the children's theatres, because by that stage all sorts of very unsavory practices were going on with the children in the children's theatre. It all got really quite nasty and sexual abuse and all sorts of things, as well as physical abuse. But they'd always been around
Quills.
since the
That's a great
1590s, weren't
line.
they, Paul?
Yeah.
And that is also just in the folio, that whole thing about the children, the child players and things like that. So it is a very, very sort of interesting thing. And it was the place where they ended up becoming their indoor theater under James. But it's also so interesting because this was like written sort of between, kind of like at the end of Elizabeth, you know, I mean, we're not exactly sure. I mean, I believe they believe this was written sort of that Elizabeth, while Elizabeth was queen, but it was very, very near the end of her reign. And I do also want to say, I really feel that one of the ideas why it becomes this, oh, Hamlet can't make up his mind, is because you put the things in from the different text and he doesn't have reasons. Because if you look at very logically, he doesn't really get it after he's gotten the play to prove that Claudius has done it, other than when he's praying, which at that time, I mean, it makes sense. And the Ghost even talks about it, that it's like, if he goes while he's praying, then he's cleared. And so I mean, I think that's unfair, but also I think that Hamlet, I mean, he murders Polonius, he murders Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And it's like, in the production that the public did recently, they made a very clear thing of giving his last sort of speech very clearly to like Guildenstern about kill him, you know, the English are going to kill him, which usually the way I think it, although it is ambiguous in the text, is that they've gone and that's just him sort of giving a soliloquy of like what his plan is that he's sharing with the audience. So, but Polonius, I mean, you know, well, eavesdropping, you're going to get in trouble for that.
Yeah, I think that Hamlet, you know, he does have this cruel streak. I think you see it most of all in his treatment of Ophelia, because if he seems to be courtly savvy enough to know that if she was returning his gifts, it wasn't of her own volition. And in spite of that, he punishes her mercilessly in that scene. And she just doesn't deserve.
He knows that she knows that her father and the king are listening and that she's been set to set him up. And it's when he asks her if she knows about where her father is and she lies to him, that's what sets him off against her.
Yeah, but it seems like it's too far. It seems it's too far. He keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. She gets the point already, and he says goodbye to her 3 times. And each time he turns around to say something nastier. Then he says goodbye, and then he turns around and says something even meaner. It's like this. His frustration with life has to be taken out on someone else. And
I think he's trying to be. He's being cruel to be kind. He goes over the top. He really does. He doesn't know when to stop. Yeah, he's trying to say, look.
He's also
maybe it's just that that part needs cutting. Shakespeare trying some different things.
What he says to his son, what he says to his daughter, he's so stiff, which is why there's a big problem there. Because if Ophelia didn't turn Hamlet down and show, because he seems to love her, if all this wouldn't go on. He actually turns his kids into like, you know, puppets or something, you know.
But that's what they were in those days. Marriages were arranged.
And has to go watch his son and come back and tell him everything his son does. You know, he's a drag, you know.
Yeah, no, Polonius is not a good dad.
No, he was a perfectly reasonable man of his time.
He tried. He did his damnedest. I think he did his best with, you know, the times.
Military school.
What he had.
He really does. He's like that. He's a stiffo, you know, and he brags about it. And everybody puts him up with it, but he actually causes a lot of trouble.
Yeah. He had good intentions, but you know, the road to hell, you know.
Well, the counselor to the king doesn't stand much opportunity to avoid those things. If you start standing up against the king,
you're
dead.
Talking like a true chancellor.
Is like the ultimate, in a way, just like a tremendous suck up. I mean, if as sort of like he would have been around. He might have had some suspicion maybe about what happened about how the last king was murdered, and then so it's like he's trying to he's definitely trying to stay on Claudius's good side. So he's sort of like. And he knows that Hamlet's interested in Ophelia, so it's kind of like using all the people around him.
If he spoke on his, suspicions, he can't go into the Chancellor Protection Program. He's screwed.
Also, he tries to convince Ophelia that she's too low to marry a prince, but in the end, Gertrude said, "I had planned to have you marry Ophelia. I saw that you two loved each other and you're well suited." So, but all the time, Polonius is telling her there's no way that she's entitled to marry a prince. Her state is too low.
Well, it is too low unless the king and queen consent, which they had not done. The queen says that. The queen says that, but she hasn't said it in Polonius's hearing.
Yeah,
She hasn't made it official.
Flowers on the grave. She says, "I had planned to strew this on your wedding day, on your marriage bed. Now I'm strewing it on your grave."
That's just everybody says nice things about you when you're dead.
Yeah,
Well, there's that.
Hopefully,
true.
yes.
Gertrude didn't say anything like that. She didn't say anything. While Ophelia was alive.
Well, Gertrude's in a political crap too. She'd either end up being the queen mother and, in other words, lose her status. If this guy wants to marry her and keep her queen, she marries him. Plus, she thinks it's okay since it's a brother. They all want to say that she's in love with him, lustful, all this. But I think it's her way of keeping her state too. I mean, she might have, found some of her husband in him since they're brothers, but that's how they all kept their place.
Yeah, she was in a bad spot. She was a terrible spot. She didn't have much choices really.
But you also have to be realistic about Shakespeare. He was treading a very careful line between the old queen and the new king, and couldn't afford to offend.
Marrying a brother, Henry VIII had got into problems with his wife marrying a brother.
Yeah, it's
that's very.
And he used that as an excuse for a divorce.
Yep.
Yeah.
My grandmother married her husband. He died. Her husband's best friend. Because they had to be around each other all the time. And I wouldn't know enough. I was too young to know whether there was love. But they just married because people were close. There was only Russia or any country with this. The same people. It's hard to just branch out. So that's what people did. And what is it? Claudius probably wanted to marry her because he wanted everything his brother had. Also, he thought probably if he married her, people would not look at him suspiciously, maybe.
Yeah, well, there's been so much, it opens yourself up for so many discussions, so many possibilities. And there's even a thing somebody had written, like Percy Mackay wrote these sort of prequels of the story of King Hamlet, and and of course other variations on it. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, and other such.
Oh yeah,
there's that wonderful thing that Berkhoff did, Letters to Ophelia, where the two of them just stand on stage and read their letters to each other.
Oh wow!
Hey guys, I had a great time. Thank you all. I have to go, and you all have a great rest of your weekend. Great playing with you.
Thanks, Brian.
We should wrap this up.
So
I'm gonna go too.
Okay.
About Hamlet,
Bye.
you just put all these cliches together.
That's right.
Good job,
Bye,
everybody.
everyone.
Great working with you all again.